Yeah. Why is my region coming up as? Hey, hello everybody. Yeah, I can hear myself on the background. um, yep. So we are back. We, um, I welcome, Landon, Mr. Serious. Where's Mr. Serious? Mr.
I don't
Serious?
know, but I could say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone, latitude, and philosophical attitude towards time.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good greeting, isn't it? I'll just go, "What's up, everyone?" So I guess that also works. And we have Mr. Serious, Mr. Landon, and
Yourself.
Shisharvik. Yeah, and myself. Yeah, I don't exist.
Hi.
Yeah, so Shishar, she's our producer tonight. So she's kindly, yeah. I guess she doesn't get a choice, does she? We just drag her in.
No, no, but she does provide that warm hum to the conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
muted, it's not me.
I was gonna say
Stop
there's a thing
yelling with the
beforehand. We're doing
phone.
mic checks and so forth, but yes.
Yeah.
I've been tossed under the bus.
So
I've been betrayed.
so anyway, so we're back here, and I think we should. I guess we would say that we had attempted to um, engage the services of a uh, called professional philosopher or accredited philosopher, but we had not yet. So instead of going over the article, we decided that we're going to go in a different direction. Is that correct? And so you have some some items that you think that we can discuss that were raised, I guess, by our good friend Steve. Right.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll just share the screen properly because for some reason it's giving me nightmares. Here we go.
Yes,
So this
Stephen
way I
McCrae
should.
has been on a rampage over, I guess, like the last 2 days. I mean, it's been like he's talking about philosophy and math, like the same thing we discussed last week. But was Steve
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Don't know. Might have to.
That
The other,
We might
and of
find
course,
out today.
the other question is, was Steve wrong? Because it's possible to not even be wrong.
Yep.
oh
Yep.
And that's
Yeah.
I think that's going to be an important philosophical thing. Although that expression, not even wrong, was attributed to the famous physicist Pauling, um, when he was discussing and the German basically, when someone was asked him an opinion on a particular topic relating to physics, and
Mm.
someone postulating something, his said that, the problem is that what the person is saying is not even wrong, right?
mhm.
Um, and that was because I guess it effectively, I guess if you try to colloquialize it, what Paulo was saying was that the person was just uttering, uttering gibberish, right? That you can't say, when someone says, "Is this correct?" and you say, "Well, it's neither right nor wrong. It's just complete gibberish. It's not even wrong," right? Um,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
that's been encouraged. That meme has existed in physics now for over a century, where
Ooh,
someone comes up and just says utter nonsense, and 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 saying it's incorrect does logic and reason a disservice.
yeah. So, can you think of like anything that you've heard that wasn't even wrong? Like just as an example.
Well, uh, let's say that someone takes the word, the physics, concept of general and special relativity, takes
Mhm.
that relativity and starts talking about familial relations and relatives, right? And then
Okay.
saying that Einstein's theory impacts family relationships. And you
Hmm.
say, well, that thing is not even wrong, right? That would be the that's
Ah.
example of something where essentially the person kind of just completely missed it in entirety. So I did that answer your question, or
Oh yeah.
do you think I'm
Yeah.
incorrect on that?
It's
Yeah.
where somebody goes in saying something, they think they got it figured out, but actually they're not even on the same planet. And what they say, I guess, could be right, but it's like I can't even start arguing this because your question was so malformed that it's just amazing.
No, now here's the thing: is it's often used to describe pseudoscience or bad science, right? And
Hmm.
again, Wolfgang Pauli was the one that was attributed to that, um, and it was his way of saying that it was careless thinking or incorrect stuff.
Hmm.
And so in German, the translation into English was, sadly, it's not even wrong. Right? Someone asked about this person's so-called hypothesis, and it said, sadly, it's not even wrong. Right? If it was wrong, you'd say you made this error, you made this equation thing, you could fix it, right? But sadly, something is not even wrong. So when someone talks about Einstein's theory of relativity impacting family relationships, sadly, that thing that we're saying was not even wrong, right? Because they asked me,
Uh,
"Is this right or not?" And I said, "Well,"
Um,
and so yeah.
I mean,
Depends.
technically,
Like, is it a
it's
family of
true.
physicists?
I mean,
Is it a
technically, it would
family of
have to in
physicists?
some way, but in a way that like would mean anything. Like it doesn't even make like that's a weird thing to ask.
Well,
Yeah.
but
It's like
again,
does
so it really is it's whether the main discussion, you say, was it right or wrong, and you say, well, if it's not even falsifiable, then
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like I was
yeah,
thinking like Psi 10 Cake kind of reasoning. Like it's not even wrong, but that's not a good thing because you kind of strengthen your argument by its
yeah,
like falsibility.
yeah, and
Like
and that's and I, I'm known for condemning Saiton, and his statements are not even wrong. The problem is, of course, is it can be not even wrong and still dangerous, right? And so,
because you use
but
those
that's
kind of things to like trick people into believing crazy things.
or other stuff. So oftentimes also in politics, political rhetoric is not even wrong. It's meant to be theatric. But again, imagine if you are a playwright and you have characters on the stage trying to convey an emotion to the audience. That has perhaps potentially has value, even though it may not even be wrong, right?
Hmm. Mhm.
So it really comes down to, I think the expression comes down to when it tends to be labeled in terms of something of bad science, poorly constructed science. Also, some of the pseudoscience stuff shows up.
Like a misunderstanding of the basics of a subject would lead you to maybe make
Yeah.
up these things, or just complete and utter dishonesty might make you come up with something like that. Like, is
Yeah.
that
And
right?
so, yeah. And so again, that expression, I mean, one way to think about it is saying, it's not only not right, it's not even wrong, right?
Hmm.
When someone discusses what's 2 plus 2 and you say abject poverty,
Or like
you know,
Deepak
eh,
Chopra says that moon is a quantum soup or something something. A
yes,
soup of quantum
stuff like that.
energy or something something.
And so that Deepak appears to be someone who says lots of things that are not even wrong. And from a scientific point of view, that's a really bad state to be in if you're trying to convey a scientific idea. On the other hand, if you're again in the arts and you're trying to express something, it doesn't necessarily have to be factual. Um, it can have value, just as long as people don't take it as a fact.
Yeah, I can understand that. I
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
Now,
wasn't actually
I
sure
dig
what
it.
the phrase meant till now.
yeah, and so Polly. Another thing, Lando had a phrase. He said, "What you said was so confused that one could not tell whether it is nonsense or not." That's another thing. Maybe think about that. That's a different take on it. Is what you said is so confusing that one cannot
Hmm.
tell whether you're saying nonsense or not.
Yeah, I guess like I mean, if you judged it by their conviction, you might get fooled if you're unsure.
Yeah, it's possible if you are not well versed, don't even know about a certain subject, for example, biology or even physics. Yeah, someone might just come up with, like Deepak Chopra does. He just talks shit, and some people think just because he's well spoken and he's got a degree behind him, so he must know what he's talking about.
Hear that,
So
Deepak? Watch your back.
And so the thing, when Sai goes and says his cyclical stuff, and says, refute me. The problem in trying to refute him on his terms is he's not even wrong, right? And again, I would say more towards the Lando thing. It's actually so confusing you can't really tell whether it's nonsense or not. It's beyond nonsense. It's meta nonsense, right? And meta pseudoscience and meta apologetics and meta pseudoscience and so forth. That's where you're sort of really out there, I think.
Yep.
So
That is
so you
interesting.
say
On that note,
apparently Steve, and no relation to the previous topic, you said had some discussions on the network, and
yes,
like,
and I'm very
let's
interested to
yeah.
see where we go with that. So this talk about color and how we perceive, color, started. And so if I may bring up the original tweet where they started talking about color. Um So I think so. Okay, yeah, so I think so this is the original tweet, if I may. So someone said I used a figure of speech, put me on a guillotine. So this person says, I will vehemently oppose any attempt to define metaphysical reality as just feelings, and that includes things like color, beauty, love, principles, ethics, and philosophy, science, the laws of nature, time, etc., etc. And the person said, okay, I don't want to be put on a guillotine. Maybe we can come to an agreement. And then the person asks, can we agree on this point that you can't define metaphysical reality as just feelings? So um so they went on and said Timmy's new red balloon is still his red balloon even when mommy turns off the lights and Timmy goes Betty bye. So the person who responded, Michael, I think so, or tried axiom, said the reflectance property of the balloon is independent of my perception. So in perceiving the balloon as red, I am experiencing the red as an external property of the balloon.
Oh no.
Manya's been having this
Are we-
problem recently where she cuts out a little bit. It's her internet. She'll be back in like half of a second. And
Okay.
we'll have to get her to repeat herself.
The bits have to
Yeah.
go down under, and when they go down under, they have to be inverted. I don't know if you know this, but Kiwis, to Kiwi, a one is a naught and a naught is a one. That's because they have to say naught rather than zero. Is that right?
Sure.
See if I can trigger her.
So
No,
they're
sir.
ones and zeros
My
backwards?
just as a disclaimer, I learned my ABCs from a Kiwi and numbers too, so and how to write them. And so I learned my ABCs by a Kiwi, and so I have programmed into my proms Z, X, Y, Z, right? And I have to remember in places to say Z because not everyone does the Z stuff. But when I knew the numbers, I was really good in numbers kid, and when they came back and they said, 1 minus 1, whoops.
Oh, we're still going.
It said closed stream.
That's
we-
just for Discord.
Are we broadcasting or?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It's a perception. So I was saying when they started about numbers and they said, well, as you count down, the thing below 1 is naught, and not, as I said. And I said, well, no, it's 0. No, it's not. And like, well, that's,
Hmm.
and in fact, I said as a little kid, that's really dumb because not is an important mathematical operator, and then you confuse it with 0. How would you say
Hmm.
not 0? Not,
I
right?
don't know. That
I, oh,
sounds pretty
and I say,
naughty.
and not, is that not being two zeros in a row,
Who's
or
there?
or not? So in fact, there's a nice one of the people in chat. I don't know if he's there or not. His I assume it's a he. Handle is 006 space 006, and I refer to him as double not 6 space.
Hmm.
Right, double not 6 space, and so it's like and that of course to someone else is a big, which is why I think that use of the word not to talk about 1 minus 1 is, I think, a poor choice. So some things that are done in different language, different variants of English are cute, useful. Other things are not so useful, and not is one of those things. Whereas said, you could say, hey, on one or the other, 6 of one after the other.
Sure.
Now, I
That's
probably
really interesting.
ticked off half of the former United Kingdom world by saying that. But this is an opinion. This is not a fact.
Yeah, whatever. We beat them up in World War II. We can do it again.
So saying, did we?
No.
Are we back?
Am I back? I'm so sorry.
Okay. You missed that whole thing about Kiwis and
Yeah, naughty
Christian.
talk.
Yes.
You missed the naughty talk.
No worries.
That's okay.
It's
You
okay.
would have been.
I'm so sorry.
Trademark
This
Canada.
my
But you have to say
internet has
trademark
been
Canada. Or you say sorry, you have to say trademark Canada. Otherwise, Canada is going to get at.
Sorry, trademark Canada. I'm so sorry. This my internet's shitty.
Okay.
I need to get a better internet connection. I'm trying.
You need to
Okay,
import some
so
more internets in New Zealand.
Shish, is it okay if I give you the link to the thread and you share it from your side? Because even if my connection drops, Sirius and Landon can still carry on the discussion without me.
What?
Shish?
What? Nani?
Nani, Nani, Landon, Sirius, so sorry. I was saying if I give you the link to the tweet we were at. What?
Yeah, I can scroll through it if you want. Yeah. So you
Yeah,
don't have to
hold on, I'll give
stream
it to you.
So you don't have to stream at the same time. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, and even if I drop, Landon and Sirius can just carry on with the discussion.
Sad if
That's
you drop.
okay.
We can get back to naughty talk.
You know I can watch it later, eh?
Some of it was
Well-
double
well-
naughty talk.
There was 0 attempts to impugn a number.
It's all right. Okay. Sending it to you on Twitter.
See, no, I haven't even seen. Are we on YouTube?
All right. Now the
I just sent you.
Is it? I hope
Yeah, close the
we're
stream.
satisfied with the quality. This is.
There's a delay, right? Landon, do you want the link? Hold on, I'll give you the link. I sent it to you on Twitter. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Shesh.
That's okay.
Beautiful. Is Steve
You know
still
what-
in the live
Did
chat?
you send me the thing on Twitter?
Yes, I did.
You know what's worse than a bad joke?
Bad
What's
internet.
bad joke?
Somebody explains the joke in the chat. Thanks, historical philosopher. Appreciate
So
it.
does that mean that explaining about someone explaining about the joke in the chat, does that make it even worse, or does it just make it meta?
I'm crashing and burning on this joke, so I'm taking it all the way down as far as I can go.
Okay.
So it turns out Steve still has mod powers, even though he doesn't have he's not blue right now, so he's a ghost mod.
Could someone actually
Yep.
also
So,
send me
yeah.
the link to the actual
Twitter? I just did.
No, I talk about the our YouTube feed, so I can watch
Oh.
the.
Oh, okay. Mr. Serious, please do the honors. Thank you.
I will.
My internet's
I'll put it in the Discord.
my internet's like you make one wrong move, girl, I'm gone. That's what my internet is right now.
Whoops, that ain't right. Let me try that again. This
Yo.
time with correctness.
Feeling.
Thanks.
She beat you to it.
All day today is just technical issues, but hopefully we're good now.
You can tell
I
this is
will
quality programming.
survive.
Whoops.
I will get over you.
Have we scared away all attempts to watch this show?
No.
Nah. We're fine. We fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So we can continue.
Half of the people in the chat are just here to see my pretty face, anyways.
Yeah, they're here to see the pretty
I
boy.
shaved for this.
I didn't shave for this. Okay.
So we are actually ready
So-
to go.
If I may, so what was the last tweet that I was reading was positivism versus negativism. That's the person on the on Twitter was saying Timmy's new red balloon is still his red balloon even when mommy turns off the lights and Timmy goes bed. Bye. Michael or Tridexium says the reflectance property of the balloon is independent of my perception. So in perceiving the balloon as red, I am experiencing the red as an external property of the balloon. The reflectance properties of the balloon exist independently of me. Color does not.
Wait, what's the difference?
Well,
So
okay. So you, maybe what the person's trying to say is that if you define the concept of red as a frequency between 790 nanometers and around 680 nanometers, maybe, depending on your definition of red, and you
I can
say
find
that
it.
the dominant wavelength of light being not absorbed by the balloon but reflected from the balloon is in that spectrum, and you call that red, then you are measuring a property of light. Now, to say the balloon is red is, well, first of all, you're tying an English word to
A label.
putting a label to something, a property. But also, business is that if you start looking at the light that's being scattered off the balloon, there's a wide variety of wavelengths of which the dominant frequency happens to be in an area you call red. But then philosophically you say, well, the red that you experience in your mind, is that the same as the red that someone else experiences? Physics
Yeah.
wise, we can sit there and say, okay, this photon has a frequency of 700 nanometers, and we'll call that a
Yep.
nice deep red.
Yeah.
But is your perception of that red the same as my perception of red?
I don't know. Like, I mean, the way I look at it, I don't know how that matters because we both are getting the same frequency, and then if our brain works or doesn't, whichever one is actually working correctly, is independent of the wavelength that hits our eye.
Well, there are people, for example, that perceive sound as color. In fact,
Yeah.
there's some
That-
very famous
We have
composers.
technology that helps people, visualize sound, a color as sound, or a frequency of sound.
But there's also
I
people who hear sound. When they hear sound, they're
they associate it with
perceiving
a
color.
color. Yeah. They
Yeah,
associate that with a
and
color.
so there are some composers, like for example, Messiaen, who has avant-garde composer that's done some amazing things, and part of the influence of his choice of tones is his perception of the color of that sound.
Yeah. So I think so. What the
So,
person is
so
trying
when
to
you so when
say
you
is,
say I don't know what I mean about perception of color. Well, that's an example of something that's quite out there. But please go ahead.
You go ahead, Monica.
okay.
You're
Oh, I
finished.
have the floor. Yeah, my internet is just dropping and coming. I'm so sorry, guys. So what I see it as that they're explaining that light, has its own properties and stuff, and then because as a human body, we can only see so much of that. So, and whatever we can absorb or process, we give labels to it. So
Mm-hmm.
if, like, when we were talking last time about alien civilizations, they might see the color red, but they might maybe they call it blue. It's possible that what we see red,
mean-
they call it blue. So that what we can recognize light is by its inherent properties like wavelength and frequency. Yes, that does not change. But how we perceive it, like Landon said, some people can perceive a color with a particular sound or a sound with a particular color. That's us as humans. And and even what color we see of that particular wavelength is us. It's our senses working for us in a particular way.
Yeah, and so we're quite independent of the language, right? Because if you're speaking
Yeah.
in French, you wouldn't say red. Say what
No.
you say.
I don't know. What
There's
do you say?
like I want to think of this in more of like
Roche.
almost like a robotic sense, because robots they use like infrareds to send information, and that is a color outside of the spectrum that we can see. So we don't see it, but it still totally exists and is very objective from the sender to the receiver as information that is passed along. So it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters like if you're like a remote and you're trying to send a signal to like a Panasonic TV, it may not work on a different brand TV. The other TV is looking for a different signal. It's not going to see it. So but for the TV that works, it should see it every time, unless, like I said, there's errors. And I think that's the same way it works with people when it comes to red. There are people who will see it with errors. Maybe we're all seeing it with a little bit of error. I have no idea. But that's why I think we shouldn't categorize it on how we take it, but more how it objectively is.
But
what
again,
does that mean?
when you say but here's this is part of one of the difficulties in science of trying to use language to concept as opposed to maybe what you might find in philosophy. Because when it said, do you perceive the color red? You were going towards the, is my retina being stimulated by photons of approximately this wavelength? And I was saying, well, what comes to mind? What comes into your mind when you when you see when that occurs? And in fact, what do you picture in your mind when I say red? It's probably different than what I picture in my mind. Even the object or the context. When I say think about red, what you're thinking about and what I'm thinking about are probably different. And in fact, it may be that when what you picture in your mind is totally different than what I picture. And there's no really way for me to objectively test rather the what you perceive in your mind when you're when your eye is stimulated by red. Even though you can say
Right.
the frequencies of those photons are for the same framework.
That's why I don't think that we should be the arbiter of deciding what red is. We should have like an independent, objective mechanical thing that will be like, this computer is going to show red, and then it shows something, and whether or not you think it's red, that's red.
And then
But,
there are things in color spectrum. CIA is a standard that talks about colors and spectrum and stuff. And if you look in law, right, the California Vehicle Code Book defines red and orange and those things, because it when it comes time to saying you ran a red light, you have to have a legal definition of what do you mean what is red, right? And so law defines red, and there's things like that. But again, perception is maybe quite different.
I think it's too flawed to rely on. I always ask people if I'm going crazy. It's a lot, and it's because I don't rely. I would need somebody to put me in check, like just to make sure that I'm okay. Like if I'm seeing something and nobody agrees, then I'm like,
but I can't.
And it depends. Are you asking someone who's also going crazy?
but I can't see in your mind what you see with red. Now let me give you another data point that may also help you in this thing. And again, I think we would sit there and say, the dominant frequency out of a helium neon laser, we would call red, and we've agreed it's red, and it's a pretty good value of red, right? And it's a fairly and unless your frame of reference is shifting relative to the emitter, and you get things at a high rate of speed, and you're getting things like frequency shift and Doppler shifts and so forth. We'll agree that thing is red, but let me give you another example again of a color.
After that, I'll add an example. Yeah, go ahead, Lando.
Oh, let me just stop. Go ahead and add an example because this is going to be going in a different direction. So,
okay.
Sonia, please.
Have you ever noticed we have colors like magenta and maroon, and colors that are in between? They also have specific names assigned to them. But for some people, magenta is pink and maroon is red.
Yes.
Sure.
So, yeah, go on.
That's why I don't trust my perception, because I have no idea if I'm flawed in some way. It might mean something to me, but I think that's irrelevant to what is real. What I see, I might be imagining all this. I have no idea. I'm hoping I'm not, but it's always a possibility, I guess.
So coming back to the thread, after what Trix, if I'm pronouncing the Twitter handle right, Tridexium. Okay, I would request everyone in this live chat before we go further. We're just discussing in an unbiased way. We are not associating any opinions with people here. So please don't go to that thread to create shit. Let's just say. Be respectful. If you want to add to that conversation, please be respectful. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're just having a friendly discussion and bring up some things to get you to think. If this result is and this is not a debate, this is let's stimulate your thought processes there.
Yeah.
Now
I'm just putting that disclaimer
Sure.
out because some people then afterwards say, "Oh, they sent blah 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 after us," and I'm like, seriously? So yeah, so coming back to the Twitter thread, so um, to Tridexium's tweet about experiencing the red as an external property of the balloon, blah blah blah. There's someone called Arc Luminous, and they come in and say the reflective property is color. So is the wavelength you experience in that form. So is your concept formed as a result of perceiving it that way. Color doesn't refer solely to the perceptual form; it refers to the thing you are seeing as well.
And now,
And yeah, go on, go on, go on, go on.
but let's give you more give you more physically on the thing. When I claim that this envelope is red, what I'm really
Ooh, that's
saying
nice.
is that in the visual spectrum, the envelope is reflecting certain frequencies preferentially, and it's absorbing or transmitting through other frequencies. That's why it starts off with the light here you might perceive is somewhat yellowish, right? I have what's called a warm light.
Yeah.
Right, to coming down, right? That's why it's kind of yellowish there. But it is the photons that are red frequency are preferentially reflected to the camera, which is then being RGB encoded, sent across the internet, and coming out your monitor. That's sort of what's happening now. A couple of things to consider. First of all, we say, well, this light is fairly warm. Actually, this light, it means that the dominant, it's not a pure even intensity of frequencies across the spectrum. It tends to be dominated towards the longer wavelengths, right? We call warm. Now, ironically, those wavelengths have less energy, and if it was truly hot, it would be blue in spectrum. We call that cool, because we have a perception that blue things like water are cold and red things like fire are hot. But in fact, they represent about an octave difference between the deepest red and the highest violet is 1 octave in tones. And that those violet purple photons have twice the energy that those deep red ones are. So, and in fact, if you have something that's very, very high temperature, so high that it's shifted well beyond the visible spectrum, and only the tail is showing up in the visible spectrum, you'll see it as really going from white hot to sort of this deep blue violet, indigo violet things. That's when it's really, really, really ultra high temperature. So ironically, when you say this light appears to be warm, you are disagreeing with the physics.
Interesting. So yeah.
If you're going to start with the physics thing and then say I'm in a warm light, well, no, my light is actually relatively low energy and associated with a cooler element, transmitting element.
Yeah,
that is
interesting,
I mean, I
right?
guess that makes
How it
sense, though,
switches.
'cause, like, if you make like a campfire, it's just gonna be red. But if you like heat up, like you do like a blowtorch, the very center is like a little
It's
blue,
blue.
or you have like a lighter,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
blue.
because it becomes that black body curve starts spreading across the spectrum. And by the way, and you get it bright enough, your whole thing saturates, and so you basically see this white thing. And you continue. It's one of the reasons why, for example, there aren't very many green stars in the sky. You notice that there are red stars, they're kind of whitish stars, and they're bluish stars. You don't see green. You don't see
Interesting.
pink, right? And one of the reasons is, in order for that star for you to appear to be green, for you to perceive it to be green, you'd have to cut out most of the spectrum except for that green.
Yes.
But in fact, that curve is called a black body curve. As that star, like our sun, at around 5,700 degrees Kelvin, happens to peak in the yellowish part of our spectrum, what we agree to call yellow. but it actually has a tail that goes off into the to the higher frequency colors. And so actually when you look up at the sky,
Yep.
the blue sky, what you really are perceiving is Rayleigh scattering of blue light from the surface of the sun. So when you see the blue sky, you're actually looking at the surface of the sun, and you're
Ooh.
seeing the sun, the light of that particular frequency being scattered in the fog that is things of the Rayleigh scattering of like oxygen molecules up in the air, and you're seeing this blue fog, right? And you're lucky that we're lucky that our sun is not peaking in the blue, because then our sky would be obnoxiously bright, right? It's actually the sun is relatively
Yeah.
dim in the blue, and if you heat up the temperature on the surface, it'll start to that curve will start to get forward and forward. You'll get it'll become
Mhm.
white, and then when you start to get really, really high temperatures, it starts to dominate in the blue, and the reds tail off. So that's again an example of perception. That when you look at something like Betelgeuse, which is a reddish star, versus Rigel, right? You look at the two corners of the Orion constellation of Orion.
Constellation. Yeah.
One star is nice in reddish, one's bluish. Well, that Betelgeuse star has a cooler, a measurably lower surface temperature, and so it appears red, versus Rigel, which is a very high temperature star, right? And so I think, it's like an order of magnitude. Rigel has higher temperature than Rigel. We call Rigel appears to be hot because it's reddish, and Rigel is cool, but in fact it's the opposite case. So there's an example again of your perception does not quite agree with reality.
Yep. Yeah. Interesting. That's so. So what do we like? I might ask Mr. Serious. So what do you say about Estella mentioning that the reflective property is color, or we have given the label color to that reflective property, if I might paraphrase it, and
Um,
so is the wavelength you experience in that form. So is your concept formed as a result of perceiving it that way? So what?
no, I
Uh,
don't think that we're experiencing like, I mean, I guess we're seeing a reflective property, but I'm not sure if I would label that as color. I guess it would have to be a color, but most things like kind of have to have a color, like regardless. Like you make a soda, it's not like it's a color that looks gross. Use some food coloring in it, you change the color, but it has a color. Some are clear, but I mean, I guarantee that most things that are clear, if you look close enough, you'd see some form of color in there somewhere. I think everything kind of, if it exists and it's like solid, if it's a solid, it probably has to have a color. Like that's something that can't escape.
Yeah. Now,
Like
now, an object, for example, however, that's been sprayed with something like Vanablack or one of those things, where it has extraordinarily high absorbency across the visible spectrum, um, is black. Now, if you heat that up, you'll have it has a temperature, right? That let's say you've got an object and it's been coated with black, so it is absorbing wavelength light very effectively, not reflecting it, not transmitting it, but absorbing it. But that thing will still have a temperature, and if you
yeah.
looked at the thing down in the infrared, you would see it might be glowing quite nicely.
Interesting.
Now it's interesting. I've looked at there are these infrared mirrors we use in astronomy, and one of the very effective coatings that we sometimes put on, let's say, a titanium mirror is gold, and the gold
Yep.
coating is extraordinarily thin. This is not the gold leaf stuff. We're talking about a couple atoms thick of gold. And before the gold has been able to form into crystals, right? You just have a scattering of atoms on the surface, and the result is an extraordinarily black surface, right? A gold, when it doesn't form into its metallic things, will absorb light like crazy, but it will reflect infrared. very nicely. So if you want to have
Hmm.
a mirror and you don't want the higher frequency light messing you up,
So if
the,
hmm,
and
so
and it's
it,
interesting when you look at this, when you look at that sort of as a mirror, right? One of the things that happens for your perception is that you look at this mirror and it's hard to perceive the surface. You shine a light on it and you don't see it because the light's not reflecting. And so we have a perception that there's a hole there, even though this mirror, is the mirror was around 30 centimeters across. When you looked at that thing, unless there was some noxious speck of dust land on it and would reflect, you couldn't see the surface.
yeah.
Do you mind if I jump
Your
in?
brain said there's no surface there. There's a hole there.
Do you mind if I jump in for 1 second as an artist?
Sure.
So sometimes
Sure.
a color
Go on.
will appear to be a completely different color when put beside another color.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. And in fact, part of the thing that they have a perception of color can come into play if you understand music. Then you can do things with color. For example, those think like those orange vests that kind of almost seem to glow, that people have when they're doing like safety stuff. You're working by the road or something, or that
Safety
particular thing.
vets. Yeah.
Fluorescent colors. That's what they
Yes.
call them, I think.
One of the things you will see when you look at the spectrum of stuff is you'll find that it's got a notch in it. It's got actually two notches, right? We'll absorb a bunch of light, so it's not very effective in green. You don't see it much green. You don't see much in indigo or so forth. It has that orangish area. Moreover, it has, if you look at the spectrum, it's got two peaks. It's a double peak. The ones that really sort of almost seem like it vibrates. Now, as a musician, you know that if you play two notes that are slight out of tune, you get that warble, right? One of the reasons why, for example, someone might want to go through the effort of let's say tuning their guitar to, let's say, an organ, or get this stuff to match, right? Because when they're slightly off, you get that beat. Well, the same thing's happening in optical stuff. Where you have those are really fluorescent type things are actually two frequencies very near each other, and you're perceiving almost like the beat between the two. Whereas if you get something like, for example, we associate in the holiday season, green and red and blue, sort of nice, pretty Christmassy, winter solstice stuff, right?
Mhm.
Well, the wavelength from red to green, if you know your scales, is like a fifth on the scale. There's a harmonic there, and so reasons why those colors, the green and blue, right? If you think about the chord, right, the typical major chord, the red, green, and blue are like a dominant chord in a major scale, right? And that's again those resonances there. So you perceive a color as harsh because of its relative to other colors that are coming forward.
Yep.
This is not a physics thing. This is a
Oh.
perception thing.
Interesting.
Now, it's not saying that's wrong. It's just that to say, well, we can make color perception some physical reality, and it has nothing to do with subjective stuff. Well, that's another example of
Yeah,
something.
advertisement, how it uses visuals and colors and shapes, that's what they do. They attack how our brains work and how they perceive things.
Sure.
Not exactly what's, objectively true, I guess, about a phenomena. So, yeah. For example, the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, it's supposed to reflect a woman's curves. So, yeah. some people might just think they're looking at a water bottle, but how it acts on the brain and how it because how brain perceives images and because it's always looking for a reference, if I'm not wrong, when it's when you look at images and colors too. So you
Your
end up
perception really matters, right? I'm not saying.
yeah, exactly.
Um,
yes.
and
Sorry.
then to give you one other little starting example. Let's do the super chats and give you one example of a
Okay.
perception that I think is going to attack the physics is the only way to perceive colors.
Okay, cool. Brilliant. For $5, I think so. That's Australian. Yep. I am blue dab, ed dabada. I'm a blue dabby dabada. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that donation.
All right, I'm gonna
Yes,
before
thank
we
you.
move on, I'm gonna fix that real quick. It's blue dabba dee dabba die dabba dee dabba dabba dee dabba da.
Hey, don't knock Manya's spoken form of that song. Come on. It's totally legit.
Mine
So-
was so robotic, wasn't it? It was like it was so robotic. I am a blue dabby dee da 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 dee da. Okay.
So finally, I want to give another example of evidence. This is now I've given you sort of external stuff. I'm going to give you another a personal example of how perception and physics can be quite different right there. So I am give a little story. I am a 3-time survivor of spinal meningitis. I had spinal meningitis when I was 4 years old, 8 years old, and 12 years old. And meningitis is now something you get vaccinated for unless you're pathologically stupid and think vaccines do naughty stuff. But back then, in those ancient days, that's something meningitis you can get. And what actually was happening was that I was getting an infection in my spinal column, brain column.
wow.
Right? That stuff was there, and the body reacts quite strongly to this. So you get a very strong immune reaction, and you get very strong, high fevers. Particularly the one in 12 years old. I had a fever, body temperature when I was in the hospital of 41.5.
Oh.
So those that are metrically challenged, that's 106.7 Fahrenheit.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Holy
Fahrenheit. I was like, how are you alive?
No. And 41.5 Celsius, right? And I broke possible record on this sort of thing. And part of what they did now, what's happening was my body was working overtime, try to fight this infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so it was really, part of that high temperature was for a purpose. The body was trying to just like cook out this thing and running, in high level. So they needed to keep that high temperature around for a while. And if you've had a true flu and a high fever, you get that really delirious stuff. I don't know if you ever had a high fever or not.
I've had high fevers.
Really
Yeah.
high, right?
Once, yeah.
And you get that delirium stuff. Well, I was time to get to everything. I was tripping balls, right? And in fact, what they did was they put me on medication that essentially send me into La La Land, right? And this medication, so to basically, put me out of it. They did not want to bring my temperature down because then it would impact my immune system ability to kill off this thing. That it needed to happen fast and definitive, because you didn't want to get that bacteria stuff really going up inside the brain and doing bad things, right?
Damage, yeah.
So the fever induced delirium and then medically had me off in there. I was doing a number of very unusual things there. And amongst which was going inside the pages of a book where the pages became translucent and looking at the letters that were stumbled together and kind of doing this. The letters were nice and big and going around inside and going through the loop of the R and all sort of thing. I was going around the book, and it was interesting enough that because it was a book that I knew pretty well, I could perceive the letters on those pages next to each other, and then read them and go back and forth and so forth, which would be hard for me to do picturing the letters backwards and forwards. But
Can I
during
please
that
slide in here?
brain,
Hey, let me slide in here. The bee's here. Come on, let me just read it.
yeah,
Get
no,
away from me.
and then as I kept going forward on there, and this lasted for this thing lasted for stayed for almost 2 days. Colors started coming to play, and things started having interesting colors. And particularly, it was the letters had a sheen on them, edges on there that was particularly fun, right? And of course, looking up at the room and seeing the corner of the room no longer being 90-degree angles, and seeing colors dancing around and so forth. It was quite a interesting spot. But there was a particularly beautiful combinations that occurred that I was quite fascinated by. Really, really gorgeous colors I was perceiving. Now, when it started coming off of my high, when basically my spinal column had been pretty well rid of this infection, and they brought me down out of the high, coming out of that trip was not very nice, right? That was not and I would not want to go through that period again. But in this realm, and I can still picture this stuff. This is when I had 2 days of this stuff handing you don't forget this sort of stuff. And as a kid, I really wanted to recreate some of those beautiful colors. But there's a problem. There's a very, very big problem. And that is, I perceive a color that doesn't exist.
Ooh.
And I've looked at color wheels, other things there, and essentially what happened in my brain's perception is a new color came into being that I was perceiving, and I can picture this color, and it doesn't exist. There's no physical reality to it. My brain was being stimulated, whatever it says with that color, blah blah blah, but it was not stimulated by photons or other thing with cones and rods, that sort of thing. It is a color that doesn't exist. And the best way that I could try to describe it to you is if you ever looked at a thermos bottle, right? One of the old glass thermos bottles that have the silver coloring in there. And you looked inside, and you're looking at it like a mirror.
Yeah.
And it's kind of silver stuff. That's probably a tame comparison with it. It's not a X-ray silverist, but that's probably the best way I could describe what it would look like. And sadly enough, I can't create this color for you. I can't show you this color. I can't mix pigments. I'd love to do it because it's a gorgeous color.
Let's ask
but
our.
It doesn't exist, right? And so I have in my mind this color that has no basis on photons. And unfortunately, you will probably never experience it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
That though, I think like when I hear you say that, it furthers my idea that like we can imagine colors. We can see colors without a thing producing it, like in our minds. And we can see colors that might not be reproducible in reality in our minds. And I think it's these two things that add credence to the fact that I don't think our perception should be an arbiter of what color is. Because it can do colors without colors.
For example, let's say, like infrared, we can't see it, but it might have a color that some other being can see.
Like the mantis shrimp.
Interesting.
The mantis shrimp apparently has the largest like range of vision in color spectrum. I don't know if that's true or not. I heard that somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Our limitations in our receptors in our eyes, yeah, as you said, doesn't mean that other colors, there might not be other color palettes that might not exist. So Yeah, so we might have, so yeah, again, so you can say that color can be labeled as something, a certain wavelength reflected by a light hitting a surface or a source or something like that.
This stuff here, right? Right.
Yeah. So, and it's possible that that envelope might be reflecting another color or another wavelength, but we can't see it because eyes, stupid eyes, two stupid eyes.
Like,
And
what's the
higher
color of
frequency
something?
goes right through it, right? So that's a that's again is a I think a really important point. We have an English word that we've all been taught to agree when we perceive the reflection of photons that are
Perceive,
in that
or that
wavelength,
we can
we say
notice.
red,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so that's an agreement set. But it is that really the
Yeah, like,
thing.
do we really label color as something, a certain wavelength reflected by an object, or do
Yeah.
we label color as something that is reflected by an object and we can perceive it?
Yeah. And by the way, you're not seeing the envelope.
Nope.
Your eye is seeing light emitted from your monitor.
Yeah.
And in fact, I am not looking at this envelope here. What I'm doing is I'm seeing photons reflected off the envelope, and setting my eye, and the brain goes, yeah, that thing that you've labeled red, that, right? That's what's happening. And so I'm not even seeing the envelope. I'm just seeing the photons that are bouncing off the envelope.
What's
Or
the
in
color
your
you see when you?
case,
And
the
I'm giving that
photons that are coming from your
spectrum
monitor.
a label, right? That spectrum of
Yeah.
wavelength that's being reflected, a
But you
label.
say envelope. I held this up and you said envelope. No, there's a section of your monitor which is emitting light and in a shape that you think is an envelope. Right?
Yeah.
We could have David Muniz in the background having superimposed an envelope into this stream, and it's not really there. I'm just doing.
There's
this.
the undesirable number 1 behind me. There's the Wonder Woman there. There's the Slytherin flag there. All different colors. Okay, is that a black and white? Do you think it's colored or is it black and white? Wonder Woman.
It has shades of gray that suggest that it's not. I wouldn't call it a black and white. It has shades in it. It has shading.
No, yeah, I'm saying, is it grayscale or is it color? I'm just saying. Doesn't make any difference now. I'm not presenting boobs, okay? I'm just trying to present a picture with an example. Don't you dare.
Look at those boobs.
So it's color, actually. If you look at it closely, it's got color in it.
That's not a flat grayscale, right?
No.
There's pigments in those colors.
Yeah, but
so it's reflecting. It's reflecting. So I saw in that thing when I looked at it carefully, I saw some blues that are coming out of there.
The eyes are blue.
Yeah. And also even the skin tone. The skin tone is not a pure white light with varying intensities.
Yeah.
The skin tone has a number of rich colors in it.
Yep. It does.
Though it is
but if I put it at that distance, you would think it was grayscale, right? You might perceive it as grayscale. There you go. So can we say color is not actually the wavelength that's it is actually still, it's a certain type of wavelength that our eyes are receiving, isn't it? Yeah. But it's changed due to
It
a lot of the stuff is experience and of interpretation. Again, because you're not seeing me,
Yep.
you're seeing an image being formed on the monitor as a
Yeah.
result of photons that came from the light reflecting off of me in preferential frequencies, being absorbed by the camera right there and encoded, sent through the internet, and coming to your display and out. Right. That's so you're actually not seeing me. You're seeing
It's
an image.
replicating information or
Yeah.
replicating the color on your side and presenting it,
I mean,
trying to present it to me as accurately as possible.
And so,
when you
the reflective properties of the balloon exist independent of me. Yeah. Color does not, right? I think I agree. I think that I think I agree, which says that color has very much to do with perception.
when you
Yeah.
stare into a bright light and then close your eyes, what color is
Oh,
that?
I see rainbow. I see rainbow.
It
I
changes
like
for
it. It
me.
goes. It's a circle. Like depending on the type of light, if it's circular or tubular,
They
I
are
always
right.
see a rainbow, like a proper rainbow. I see that, and it goes boom, boom, boom. That's me.
Because that thing and that after image is changing in color.
Yeah,
With
but
how
you're
you're,
seeing color, but it's your perception and it's wrong. It's just wrong because your eyes are not
No,
perfect.
it's not even right, right?
yeah.
It's a perception thing. Actually, that's
The
not
back
that's
of your
improper.
eyeballs
That's improper
are
use. That's improper use of that meme. Sorry. But trademark Canada. It is a perception rather than saying it's subjective. Maybe
but
is that
it's
right?
the same kind of like it's your receptors getting over like
Loaded.
yeah, so they're still
Loaded.
firing even though you're not seeing anything. So the
And
you got to rely on your eyeballs to properly fire. You got to rely on so many mechanics to be able to look at a color and think that you're
But
perceiving it correctly.
as our artist pointed out, when you have colors next to each other, your perception changes. So it's an example of that that she pulled of that Wonder Woman. It's
Hmm.
not a pure grayscale thing. There are other tones in there that if you look at the spectrum, you would be surprised at how many
gray.
how many other colors were being reflected, right? It's the chorus of colors that makes the tone on her arm slightly different than the tone on her face because the colors have been there. And it maybe if you took a magnifying glass, if that's a print, down to magnifying glass, and you saw the dots that the printer put in there, you'd find that it's actually far from just tan, right? There's a whole bunch of colors that they probably used.
Or have you ever
Pigments next to
seen
each other.
that museum? I've saw this before where they have like one of those wheels and all it has is black and white things on it, and you spins and then it becomes all of these different colors.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
It's not those
Perceptive,
colors, but we're
No.
same thing
perceiving
with
those colors.
sound, right? It's not the pure tones, it's harmonics. And so in that case of that picture, what makes that picture artistically interesting is the harmonics and the overtones and so forth that are being used in conveying that image.
Shishai, do
I
you
think
have a question for us?
she does. She said, "So are some colors more real than others?" Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you mean by more real? I wonder, but
Or more dominant? Is that what?
I can clarify a little bit more. I'm in here. You're saying that some colors are reflective, but some colors come directly from the mind, right? Like you witnessed a color that doesn't exist. So you described it as not existing. So are colors that are reflective that everybody can regularly see or recreate necessarily more real than colors that you could theoretically imagine?
yeah, again, by not existing, meaning that there's no way that I can take any collection of photons and stimulate my eye and see that color.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not and even and any kind of RGB camera, I can't artificially create some nice tone texture like that Wonder Woman background that has those tones and other things that are going, not just a pure chromatic image, but has those overtones. There's no possible combination of tones and things that will give me even a sense of that color. And that's why I say that color doesn't exist in the physical world, but I can picture it quite distinctly. Which is frustrating because I really love to show you this color, and I do not recommend the ball tripping I went through to do it. But that's okay. Let me do that.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk shit.
Who was that
No.
guy?
I will crucify anyone who talks shit about Landon.
Oh no, you don't want
Manya
that from
did
the
it.
goblin. No, no, Landon, I did not, Mr. Sears. I'm personally going to come through my camera and
Ooh, like the ring. All right, let's do it.
Okay, so if we go back to the Twitter thread, I found yeah, that's why I like this that Cheshire and Mr. Sears suggested that Twitter thread there, because it starts a very interesting conversation, and we're not ripping each other's throats out. We are just trying to understand each other's point of view of how we perceive what's going on in that Twitter thread, or how we perceive a simple phenomena that's called color or wavelength or light, and how we
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I think it raises a good. This is when you have this discussion. Now I did notice later on that it devolved into debating facts.
Yeah.
And let me again give the internet a hint. It is not a good idea to debate facts with Steve, right? If you
Yeah.
start doing this, 0.999 dot equals 1, and you start to try to debate that fact with Steve,
He's going to stick his
two things will
guns.
happen. You'll annoy Steve, and you will be wrong.
Yeah.
So
Then
don't
you're gonna
debate
annoy yourself.
now.
I'm
The
not
discussion
wrong.
we had
Steve's
about
wrong.
color had some opinions, and that was debatable because some of the statements we were making were not even wrong. They were just statements, right? But
Yeah.
don't debate
Don't
facts. Now if you think that Steve is wrong, then here's what you do
demonstrate it.
is get your sources together and put together the evidence of Steve. And guess what? Instead of biting your head off, he'll actually thank you. If you can demonstrate to Steve that he's wrong, he'll actually be quite appreciative and he'll change his mind. I know some people think that doesn't happen. But that's because people sometimes try to debate
You have to
facts.
come back with your
And
resources,
Steve
some solid
tends to not
resources.
like to change his mind about facts.
No. And math, especially math, oh, woe betide you.
Oh, okay. So, oh my God, from Rez, thank you so much for 100
Yeah,
Australian.
that's great.
And I'll
Wow,
say this one.
$100 dues.
Yeah. This super
And
chat seems-
that's a good thing. Thank you very much. I happen to know what that is. Conversion.
Yay!
Thank you.
I enjoy that he that he did it to sass us. The super chat seems red to me, but since colors aren't real, I might be wrong. I'll risk it. Thank
Oh
you.
God!
Now my
You spent
perception is that
$100
the
for
top,
that. Sorry.
the top, and that sticks around for a while, but the top thing on the actual image in the chat is, to me, I perceive that as kind of reddish orange. The other one, the lower section where the text is an orangish red. Now, what are your perceptions?
I see the top one as a red, and the lower part as Landon said, a reddish version of orange, or an orange.
I tend to cheat, and when somebody tells me something like that, I'll take a quick screen cap of both of them, put them into my art program, and color pick it to see if it's the same number.
And is it?
Do you want me to color pick this one right now?
Yeah. What is the
Yes.
RGB value of the
I'll-
top
I'll,
versus the bottom?
You guys
I
keep
mean,
talking.
this
and
person paid $100 Australian
dollars.
Yeah, no, I'm sold.
So we
I'll,
might as well.
So
I'll do this on a. I'll do. You guys keep talking, and I'll do this in the meantime. And
And while you're doing that picture, pick a couple of spots in that pattern just to make sure it's not gradients or
yeah, I got you.
so forth.
ooh, this is
You
so
see,
nice.
That's what I would do. I don't have any faith that I could, like, if I really wanted to know what colors those were, I wouldn't go by what I see. I would have to have some objective way of telling me, like an RGB value or something, what the colors are. I think, see, that's what I quantify colors as. What we see, that has nothing to do with color. That's just
Yeah.
nonsense, and we're just discerning it in our
Yeah,
stupid
as
brain.
I said, some people perceive maroon, say that a maroon is red too, or a pink is red too, and yeah. So yeah, so you're right, Mr. Sirius. Better to have a
Am I?
reference.
I don't know.
To,
Am I right,
Here's
Landon? I
again-
don't know.
There's another thing
don't
is
get so
that
much cynical now. Sorry, Landon, go on.
another thing is that there's a difference between reflective and transmittive, right? When you see those
Mm.
colors on the screen, it
Mm.
is emitting light towards you. When you
Yeah.
see this, when I see this envelope, what's happening is that there's a reflection that is preferential to red. It's actually absorbing, right? So if I had light that was pure blue, this envelope would look black.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Have you seen those challenges on where they ask you the color of the dress?
And why? Because what's really happening in reflective thing is that the photons that are not in the red area region, ignoring the smiley face here, is are being reflected, right? So it is preferentially reflecting red. When we see that nice $100 Australian super chat, and thank you again very much for that thing. We're seeing we're not seeing a reflection. We're seeing an emission of red. That's a different.
I was going to ask about that. If like lights shining a color is different than like a thing being a color.
That some of
Like I know there's differences.
Yeah. But I think we've been showing that there's a lot of subjectivity to color, right?
I mean, I'm arguing that the subjective parts are the errors, and that's just because we're just dumb apes with stupid brains, and that's why we can't see anything right. But there are mechanisms we can use that will always have the same answer and will be very concise. And those are the instruments we should use to answer these questions. We should never ask each other about colors. It's always going to be, subjective and wrong somehow.
Yeah, but yeah, again, as Steve said, a light emitter is different than reflective light, right? By the way, so when you think about photons and an object, you want to deal with its reflection, its emission, and its absorption, right?
Yes.
And transmission through it. So something like you have a gas and you prove that gas is yellow, say it's chlorine. That's because the light that's being transmitted through it, things that aren't yellow tend to be blocked heavily, and the yellow comes through. The blue sky is a really scattering because it allows the blue to come through. That's a scattering effect, which is different than a absorption, transmission, reflection. So really, it's come down to reflection, emission, and transmission are physical properties you can talk about.
Yeah, if from the live chat, Steve says the property of an object our mind see as color. Okay, but in reality, I believe color is not an actual property of an object that exists. I would say, I would, I have a dilemma there. Because yes, there's light that's falling on the object. Now, it's object's properties that's going to either absorb a spectrum of light or transmit it or reflect it, isn't it? Or am I going wrong about it? So, I would give a pushback to Steve there. it's still a it's a property of the object. I would say that. Correct
Yeah,
me if
there
I'm wrong.
are. I mean,
Man,
it seems like digital
yes.
cameras would solve that question
What?
pretty
Because
easy.
you're right. What an object reflects, what object emits, and what object transmits are 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 photon interactions with electric fields in the object, right? It's properties, right? That there's a property of this envelope that preferentially reflects red light. However, if I turn that light into like a pure blue or indigo, um, this my perception of this envelope would be black because it'd be absorbing because this envelope absorbs blue light really well.
Well,
So,
I mean, I don't
Because it's not, we don't see blue
but
there. So if I had a pure blue light shining on it, this bomb, I would perceive this envelope as looking black.
like
so
if the
if I may
sun
modify
turned.
it,
My goodness, sorry, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. Sorry, let me just complete this thought, and I will let you talk, Mr. Serious.
I'm so sorry. I'm talking over you. I'm so sorry. Keep
There's
going.
a lag,
It's a
man. There's a
lag thing.
delay.
We don't
It's fine.
mean it's a thing that the bits underneath and flip the ones to knots and knots to ones, right? And then it comes back and forth. It's
Mhm.
one of those southern hemisphere things.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the thought? So let's say, but it's still okay. Damn it. Okay, I'm trying to find words to put it. God damn it. So the label that we give when a particular wavelength of light is either reflected, transmitted, or absorbed is a particular label like red or blue, but it still depends on the object, right? And the light that's falling on it, the type of light, of course. But then it still depends on the object. But since it varies because of the type of light that's falling on it, so that's why we can say that it's not the property of the object.
Well, I think that I mean my argument is I think it's a product of both. I think if the sun turned blue tomorrow, we would probably say, call grass a different color. We wouldn't say grass is green anymore because why? Why would we call grass green if most of the time we see grass, it's going to be, I don't know what color, blue and green together? What would that be? Blue on green, blue light on green? I have no idea. But we would change a lot of the colors or that we associate with items because light is dependent. I mean, color is dependent on the light that reflects off of it. You kind of can't have color without light. So if you want to say that, I mean, that red envelope's great, but if you had a blue light in your room, it wouldn't be red in that room. Like, because you have to have both. You can't just have a color. It's gotta have a messenger to get to a thing to receive it. Right?
So yes. By the way, I think Chess has some interesting data, and I want to comment. And I'm so thankful that she put down the RGB values there, and I've done some calculations on those things.
Oh,
I
interesting.
want to talk about
I'm a
both
helper.
colors. Yes. So I take it that the hex D000000 is the reddish thing because it's an RG and B, right? And
Correct.
if
The
you look
darker
at
color is the D000.
and if you look at that, it says at 81 that that darker color is causing the red emitters on your screen to emit at 81.25% of their maximum allowed value. So that is that, and there is no intent for it to emit a green or a blue. Now, if you have a not a color bitted screen, you might your color might be off, but that's your screen problem. But if you have a color bitted screen, it should be on that darker red. It should be emitting red at 81.25% of the maximum value.
Yeah, so
and
interestingly
no green
enough,
and no blue.
if you look here at the alphas, just because I gave you the hex code, but if you actually look at the way it's divided, you've got blue set at 0, green set at 0, and red set at how much? 208.
But that's 208, which is that's in fact what D0 in hex is 208.
Yep.
This is a monitor that has a maximum of 255. Now, if you look at the other color, E6 2117.
Yep.
E6 is the amount of red, 21 is the amount of green, and 17 is the amount of blue. So there on that thing, if you look at the output, 80.4% is red, 11.5% is green, and 8% infraction is blue.
So fun fact, I can actually turn the percentage on and it rounds it, right? It's not as exact as Landon's calculations for obvious reasons, mostly because what the program is capable of and how it's configured. So the percentage is showing as 230%, 33. Sorry, the numbers are 230, 33, and 23. But if you turn the percentage on, it's 90, 13, and 9.
Oh, okay.
So you can tell that it's
but
rounded,
that,
right?
by the way, understand that 90 is that it's E6 in hex divided by 100 in hex, which is a maximum value. Or
and the other one is at
that's
82%, and then 0, 0.
80 it would be, so it's 89.8 and a fraction percent of the maximum value.
Yeah. So
But
it's not
in terms of light, the light that's being transmitted from that more orangish red thing is a combination of red, green, and blue. Remember the artist told you about the juxtaposition? You're seeing the red, the green, and the blue. So you're seeing E6 plus 21 plus 17. That's how much.
I bet you if I put an orange color down in here, this will look a lot less orange than it does beside this red.
So you have 286 units worth of output from there. But if you magnified that and down to the pixel, you would see red blot dots, green blot dots, and blue dots at the respective.
And if you look at the color wheel here that I switched to, when I hit this one, it's right here, but when I hit this one, it's immediately more towards the orange. See? And it's more toward the center.
Yeah. So ironically, that orangish thing you saw is really a red, green, and blue emitter. It's not, your monitor's not emitting orange. It's a combination of the monitor emitting very near each other a red, green, and blue.
And if you want me to freak you all out, I can do this.
Oh, don't. Oh, what?
Or even worse.
Oh god.
I can swing it all
My
the way to
eyes!
the opposite side. Go into the
My eyes.
So if you saw, for example,
how bright that blue looks. That is not a terribly saturated. Like, look at how obnoxious and like harmful that harsh that looks. But
and particularly now notice
here,
go magnify again. See there. Magnify again and look at the edge.
I can
look
see
at the edge effect.
Black around the blue.
Yeah, look at the edge effect. Well. Okay, so there's an important thing because this is pixelated, and in order for it to give that perception, it is interpolating along that line, right? And if you see like fonts where you something like a character in that thing, you would see along the edge these color splines and color interpolation.
Holy guacamole.
And you can see how all those are even different colors. They're not all the same.
And the algorithm, the color processor doing this deliberately, because it would look really awful if you just had that thing put two things right up next to it.
And Intrigued Feline noticed, which is kind of what a little bit good, is if you look right near here, it almost looks like this line keeps going and this blue looks different than this blue, but it's the same blue.
So super magnify on the S in colors. Zoom into that S and look at the population. So you notice now, you said that was a white S on an orange background, but look at those pinks. so forth. It had to do that
What
sort of
the
thing,
hell?
and
Yeah,
right.
so I
That's
can
actually
actually
what's
color pick
happening.
there,
Oh.
there, pink, far more into purple, straight up
Yeah,
almost
but-
yellow.
But that's because we've blown it so big, you see this. But if she zooms back to normal magnification, it's a nice little white letter on a orange spectrum.
I have a question.
But you
that's
didn't
been
see the pinks. You didn't see the pinks there, but they were there. And in fact, if her color card was not doing that kind of processing, it would look really sucky.
Yeah, probably. I have a
Yeah,
question
it
though.
would.
I was
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Go on, man.
Okay, I was thinking about what Steve said because every time somebody says something and I disagree, I always just mull it over until I'm trying to prove myself wrong until I come to some kind of conclusion. And he said that he didn't believe color was a property of an object, but I think that there's one way that I could agree with that. And can you shine light on your envelope, your red envelope, any color, shine any color light on it that would turn it into every visual color?
So you're saying,
Could you get
Well-
every visual color out of the reflection of that envelope? Because if you can't, I would say that it has a property. Would have to.
well, here's the thing. I mean, I'm thinking about, absurd situations. This is not a perfect absorber of green.
Sure.
In fact, if we took Chesh's little thing and started measuring the color here, we would find it's not one of those pure colors. You saw the D000000. We'd find it has a mix of things.
She
on
could
here.
take a screenshot and do it right now. Wait, you gotta make sure there's enough light reflecting off of it.
I've already got it. Do you want it close up like that, or do you want it further back?
Where,
Yeah, let
where
the
you
light
want it.
reflect
Well,
off
see
of it.
now since Landon brought it closer to his camera, for me it became a more maroon because I think
Yeah.
so.
I got it. I'm just gonna make these invisible. Do a new layer. There you go.
I thought we were
But do you think
discussing
that would be
something else, but we are
possible?
now discussing colors. That's so cool.
I'm just curious because I think that Steve could. I think I could agree with Steve if your answer is yes, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if there's certain colors that just will never reflect off.
It's possible to
If that's
agree
the
with
case-
Steve, or is that?
I mean, he's probably right. I'm probably wrong. I have no idea, but I just want to square it because I don't see how what he said could be right.
Anyway, thanks,
I want
Rez,
to,
for
though.
becoming a member. And thanks.
Yeah, and also
Rez.
thanks.
I hope your super chat and how much we milked it is is worth it because it's
Yeah, to go like Rez instance mate. Thanks a lot, dude. Another Australian $100, and he has said, or they have said, sorry, I'm not going to resume the gender. Amazon hates me, so here, have another one. And then they upgraded their membership to Goblin Top Brass. I'm like, oh shit, mate.
Oh damn.
thank you. Even though that's kind of a, I perceive it as kind of a green, but that's a green I think with a bit of yellow, more yellow than the blue.
So if you look at the hex codes as they're coming up,
Okay.
right now I've got CB494C. Over here I'm getting
CB494C.
yeah,
Okay.
and then I got CC4C4C. If I move closer to
Yes.
your shirt, I'm getting A14B52. And if I move over to this side, I'm getting AE3E42.
So if you talk about in terms of percentages of the maximum thing on the green and the blue, you're seeing that there's some green and some blue there, right? This is not a pure red. There's green and there's blue in that thing, even though we called it red.
Could that be a product of the reflection of the light?
Yes, because when I look at a red like this, and this red is this red here is slightly different than this red.
Mhm.
And that's again because of we call it tone, but in fact it's if you look at the spectrum of reflection, it's not going to be non-zero in the spots. So here's an example where you said, could you shine light on this envelope and make it look different colors?
No, I'm
Well,
not saying different colors. I'm like every possible spectrum by using different lights. Like, could you just go make
every
it
possible
every
spectrum.
possible color,
Are you
even the
talking
ones we
about
can't see?
you said spectrum. I mean, you're not talking about like gamma rays and radio and that sort of thing. You're talking about visual.
I'm talking all the way from infrared to ultraviolet. Can we get it to do all of those?
Well, what
The
about
ones we can
X-rays
perceive.
and microwaves? And those are colors too.
Sure,
The ones
as
we
long as
our
it's a
eyes
color.
can see.
Okay.
Anything described as a color.
Well, let's since our eyes are sort of limited to the visible part of the spectrum. As Chess has pointed out, there's green and blue being reflected off of this envelope, as well as red.
Mhm.
So if I took a very, very strong monochromatic green light and reflected off of this, I would see green.
Okay.
Right, because there's some percentage of the green that's being reflected. Now, if I had something that was more pure red, the purer red it is, the narrower the reflection set, the less you would see other colors in it, right? And so, like the super chat by Rez, the part of the thing that was pure red, if you try to reflect green or blue off of that, you would get perfect absorption.
Out of curiosity,
or near
would
perfect absorption, your
you
monitor is not really that perfect.
like if you're shining a green light on it so bright that it reflects that light's color back at you, are you even seeing the envelope?
And you end up you're seeing photons. You're being
Right.
stimulated by photons. You're not seeing the envelope, right? This is I'm not seeing the envelope. My retina is being stimulated by photons that are reflecting off the envelope. So am I seeing the envelope? Now I can touch it and it feels like an envelope. So my skin stuff says there, but am I really touching the envelope? Well, actually, the electrons in my fingers are being prevented from going into the mesh of the electrons on the surface of this envelope, and thanks to the Pauli exclusion principle and electromagnetic forces of charges and stuff, I can't. My finger doesn't sink into the photon. It stops at the surface. And in fact, what's really happening is the nerves are perceiving that my finger is being crushed when I try to push my finger into it. And I say, well, I'm feeling the envelope. Well, no, actually, my nerves are being stimulated because the finger is being compressed because the electrons at the surface of my finger are being repulsed by electrons on the surface of the envelope.
Intrigued Feline is also making a really interesting point in the chat, and she's saying, could it also be the quality of the camera? So there's actually probably about 17 different things going on here that are changing the quality. One of them is going to be Landon's lighting. The next one is going to be Landon's camera. The next one is going to be the resolution coming through Discord. The next thing is whatever I use to screen cap it. Then it's whatever my settings are that can handle that, and then whatever the settings in Krita are.
And then,
We
of course,
are
Nice.
reading
and then
information.
in your monitor, all that sort of thing, and then the
Yeah.
gas between you and there, and so forth.
Yeah,
Yes,
oh yeah, particularly
excellent
when you start going
point.
into the next person's perception of what they're seeing. I only went up to like what the numbers were giving us. That's going
Yeah.
only those things are going to affect just like the numbers, let alone when you start getting into how then you guys are perceiving it through what my resolution is going through Discord is. There's a really decent chance that every single person, although we're reading the same number, is seeing a different color that I've selected, even though we're all actually looking at the same thing, because now it needs to go back through Discord to these guys, back through Discord to you guys, through OBS, all the way through the internet, then to your guys' setting, then to your guys' eyeballs.
And then, of course, your monitor has an encoding of an RGB value to an emitter. Right?
Yep.
So we talk
I have
about
a
your
62
monitor
IQ,
being
by the way.
calibrated, and I'm one of those anal people that actually regularly calibrate my monitors. Why? Because when an artist goes through the effort of putting together something beautiful, I try to get as objective of a similar image as they try to create. Now, notice I said objective because a color colorimeter on the monitor, what happens is there's this program. I put this basically this blob or a spider on the monitor, and then the program starts having the monitor blink colors, and basically the photometers with certain filters measure the output. And if I find that my monitor is a little bit too blue, then it'll tell the monitor, hey, when Chesh sends something that's 250 values of blue, put out 245 because you're kind of a little bit too blue, right? The result, if you have a color calibrated monitor, is that I suspect that you will see a similar experience than to the artist or the photographer that created it.
Just to be clear, you went on a tangent with my question that I wasn't going as deep at all. With that, my only question is, like, let's say if you shine a pigment of a green light, and let's say you can measure that green light with like a thing, but you get a number, it goes off of the envelope, and you get the same number because the red's like he can't possibly be playing any role in it. It's not adding anything to it. So that means that is it even like are you even seeing the reflection at that point? Or maybe you're just seeing just an absolute like overwhelming barrage of green. So the envelope's not even part of it.
You're actually there's a continuous spectrum coming from this light. It's not a one of the LEDs that's faking white light with red, green, and blue stuff. There's actually is because of it's a tungsten filament. There is, if you look at the spectrum, you'd see a fairly continuous set. Now there'll be notches in it, for various reasons, but it'll be relatively continuous spectrum, and that's different than, for example, if you have an LED light and you've got red LEDs, green LEDs, and blue LEDs that are flashing. Right, the white that Chesh is showing on the background is not white. Your monitor has red, green, and blue emitters, and they're balanced. So if she were to take and record the value of that white, I suspect you'd find fairly similar RG and B values, but maybe not exactly if it's an off-white. Like
If I may, can you guys hear me? I just switched to
Yes.
a microphone.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I'll use this one.
Again.
Yes, we have a super chat. Raise, dude, listen, if you want us to bring up the points you're making, just add Shesh and we will do that. But thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Res Instance for Australian 100 has said, also, we are forever stuck in the past because there is travel time for the sense of touching the envelope and perceiving the photons reflecting off the envelope. envelope.
Mhm. Yeah,
Hitting
and
the
in fact, in
retina.
astronomy, that we call telescopes time machines, because
Yep.
when we look out into space, we're seeing photons that have taken time to travel here. So yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll just finish that thought. The photons reflecting off the envelope. Sorry, guys. Hitting the
No,
retina.
your pronunciation is perfectly fine. Please continue to use it.
Hitting the retina and the synapses firing, then compounding that over the internet. So yeah, we are stuck in the past.
Yeah, and the when you see photons reflected, there's time of flight. But here's and we talk about speed of light stuff. But here is something that is maybe give you a little perception thing. Physics at the moment cannot objectively measure the speed of light one way. Physics can measure the round trip accurately, but we can't measure the one-way speed of light actively to high precision. So when we talk about measuring speed of light, and I've done lots of experiments in measuring the speed of light, it is a round trip of emitter to a reflector and back, right? It's a round trip set. But we have yet to find a way that we can objectively measure a one-way speed of light speed.
I
I think what I'm gonna do real quick, just sorry before we move on, I'm gonna take these pictures that I've color picked and stuff, and I'm gonna post them on Twitter. And then you guys can actually go and grab the pictures yourselves, and you can color pick it and see what colors you get, and see if you even get the same ones.
interesting. They can reply to that post, and we'll see how many different numbers we get. We'll get the whole rainbow eventually, I guess, right?
But he's right in terms of that I think Rez is talking about the fact that this is back to time space stuff, right? We talk about in terms of what we call in relativity called space time. Events are in different spots of space time, and that we talk about now going to be done with your local clock. Because if I try to send my clock to you and have you read it, relativity says that act of sending it, moving, that motion will affect that clock and that speed of rate it is in, and the result is you won't be able to, because imagine you say, well, can't you just have a clock here and you say go, and the photon goes and the photon receives, and you say stop, right? Answer is, well, how do you know the difference between when you say go and when it gets received, right? How do you know those two clocks on the inside are actually in sync? So, well, you just bring them together and calibrate them and put them back out there. Well, that moving back relativity says you've now changed this clock.
Yeah.
And you can't. And now people are trying to work it out, but so far we've never been able to do that set. And this business about time slowing down, time dilation is not this is not some fake cuckoo stuff. There's an experiment happening on board the Parker Space Probe, which is orbiting the sun, right? And it's a space probe, and it's down there. It goes very close to the sun, much closer than you and I would ever want to be. And has a elliptical orbit, it zips in there and comes back out. And when it's moving down close to the sun, doing that whip around like that, it gets to fairly high velocity, right? In fact, it's achieved the record for the largest human-made macroscopic object, right? The fastest human-made macroscopic object, right? And so it's now achieving speeds of around 300,000 kilometers per hour, right? When it gets down to that spot, right? And And one of the things that happens is that the speed of that spacecraft, as well as it going into a much stronger sun's gravitational field, changes the rate that the clock ticks. We have on board extremely precise clocks that we sync with Earth. We have it go zip around, come back out, and now the clock's different, right? Because the rate at which time flows on that spacecraft as it's accelerating and then going into that stronger gravity changes. And in fact, the change when it comes back out, we have to recalibrate the clock again. We tell it to change its time, because time slows down for that thing. Not just the perception, that actually the things on board that clock operate relative to us on Earth at a slower pace, right? We see that the clock slows down. They see our clock speeds up. And that's a relativity thing that is actually demonstratable. And it's one of the nice things about this cool experiment is we have this thing that really is hauling, you know what, when it comes down there and zips around and comes back out, and we can actually measure the time dilation of these very precise clocks on board that spacecraft. And it's not a perception thing. It actually really does. The clock really does slow down relative to us.
Right. That's kind of how
Nice.
black holes work. Like you can't hit you personally can't hit a black hole, right? Isn't that how it works?
Well, yeah, you can actually go through, but you actually do go through the event horizon. But time
Can you?
gets really yes.
We can discuss the movie. What's that movie's name?
But man, the black hole will increase in mass if you contribute your mass to it.
Well, that's fine.
Interesting.
And in fact, you will falling through the event horizon not perceive any magic boundary, right? You'll be very spaghettified, but you won't. There isn't some magic boundary you see going through there, right?
I love
it's your
that.
perception of stuff outside that'll change to the point where
Yeah.
the
We can
the
discuss the
entire
movie
time and
Interstellar
space will go
sometime and the
Yeah.
science behind it.
But
you
there's example of time perception where there's subjective and objective stuff going on.
Yeah.
But in the case of
Okay.
relativity, it is very, very, very objective. We can measure these things quite precisely, and we keep testing theory of relativity, and it keeps coming up on it. We've had some very, very exotic experiments that have really pushed the limits of stuff, but there's more to do. And so far, Einstein continues to be right, and relativity can get confirmed over and over again.
Does the light from the sun move slower at first and get faster as it gets away?
I think
We have
it's
no
the
way
perception.
we have no way of measuring. We can measure accurate the round trip, but we have no way of proving that the light is. We just assume that it's a constant light. Now,
Isn't
we talk about the speed of light, by the way, coming from the sun, from its gravity well, is always the speed
3
of
into
light
10
in a
power
vacuum.
8
Right.
meter per
If
second.
there was a vacuum, let's ignore those interstellar medium. It's a vacuum between here and there, which is in outer space is
What it
pretty
is.
good.
Yeah.
That light that comes from the sun moves at c, and it doesn't matter if you're the Parker Space Probe and you're moving 300,000 kilometers per hour and you shine a light towards Earth. That light travels at the speed of light. That little fraction of a tenth of a percent of the speed of light that is going doesn't change the speed, right? And let's say if you had a train coming towards you with a light, and that train were somehow moving at half the speed of light, so it's coming on the track somehow, right? The light that coming from that beam on the front still travels at the speed of light. The engineer looking at the front of the thing would see light launching from that from the headlamp at c, and you would see the light coming at you coming at c, even though the source
So
is coming from half c. It
I mean,
doesn't.
I heard
The
that.
light doesn't move at 1.5 c because the source is moving at half c.
So it doesn't matter
Right.
at what speed the object is moving. Is that you're saying?
Oh no,
We will
Yes.
see it at the speed of light. Is that
Speed of
what you're saying?
light travels at the speed of light,
oh no, I was talking about the
regardless of
gravity.
your frame
Like,
of
doesn't
reference.
gravity affect light at all, or since
It
gravity
bends.
will slow down
It
time?
bends.
Bends it.
It bends the space. The space time gets bent, and so light might, for example, going past a magic object will deflect, because the straight lines. When you have a mass sitting out in space, the mass is warping space around it. So the
Hmm.
straight lines,
Will
are
converge or
impacted by the
diverge
mass.
or bend.
Well, it takes longer for a second to pass closer to the sun, right? So light would have to be slower closer to it, right?
Can I correct you and say a
Yeah.
second is still a second, but something that takes a second on Earth will take more than a second down close to the sun. So the
Including
clock,
light
yeah,
moving.
yeah. So
because-
the clock
isn't
that's
it
on the
because
on
the
the
size
Parker
of the
space probe
sensor?
is a very accurate metronome, going tick 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 with extreme accuracy, where it might vary a second in something like once every 20 million years or so. So
So,
that ticking
if I
that
may-
it does is very, very accurate. Now, so the ticking we see on Earth is coming at a very, very precise speed. That metronome, the tick 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 tick.
Can you hear me?
Right? Now, if you see the light going,
I can hear you.
if you were to listen to
Okay.
the beacon as it goes past the sun from Earth, you would hear it slowing down in its ticks. But if you're on the spacecraft, you would perceive that ticking going on the same speed.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry, you were saying something?
Now
I-
you
I-
listen.
I heard. I
I
think.
get it. You want me to finish
Sorry.
that thought? It's fine. Isn't the size of the object also kind of affect that? If I may, like you're saying, it will take more time than it would have if it were near the Earth. So it would take more time near the sun. Doesn't the size of the object also matter, or the
mass of the
mass, or
object. The mass of the object is going to have more massive object will have a stronger gravitational field, and that gravitational field will warp space, and will cause this dilation to occur. Now, by the way, so understand, if you were on that space probe and you were listening to the metronome, you would never it would be, because in your local gravity field, everything is the same, and so you would hear that thing ticking just as faithfully. But from out here from Earth, we see that tick 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 tick. I mean, we see that we perceive the ticks coming from that clock on the space probe as slowing down relative. So by slowing down, you have to say relative to what? Relative to us, right? Us out here on Earth are in a great different, and it's moving at a high velocity, and going into a strong gravitational field. When we hear the radio ticks come from them, we actually do hear the ticks slowing down. And moreover, it actually affects time on that spacecraft, because by the time it comes around and it says, what time is it? We disagree. It has not aged as much as we have on Earth. The time ran slower on the thing because of relativity.
So I have a question. Let's say somebody was on that satellite going around the sun, and as they were getting to the closest point, they sent us a live stream. Would it play slow here, or would it just transfer slow?
So you're saying if someone was on board this Discord stream, we would, there would be two things happening. First of all, the distance would cause a time delay, right?
Right, but I mean,
the radio waves would
let's just
come
say
and
that.
see.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
But
But let me. Okay. Go ahead.
but the frequency that it would emit at, right? Because it's gonna be some Wi-Fi frequency. That Wi-Fi frequency will also shift.
Hmm.
So even though the Wi-Fi emitter is carefully tuned to emit the required frequencies for 5G, which by the way
Mhm.
does not cause COVID-19. Just
It doesn't. Alert the masses.
Isn't it?
just
It's a
just saying that you know the thing of getting the 5G signal that those it'll emit those radio frequencies at the calibrated set, but we will perceive that frequency as being different here on Earth, and part of it because time relative to us is slowing down on that spacecraft.
We got
relative
a
to us.
question for Landon from the chat, and it's from Verillion. That asks, so a black hole, the light time is infinite, so it can escape, not the speed?
Yeah, I mean, it is. There are no longer any world lines that light can travel from inside the event horizon to outside the event horizon directly. Right. Let's ignore Hawking radiation was another weird thing with quantum and things. But light, right? The normal transmission of light. There's no line from beyond the event horizon that comes out, right? So that light inside will still go see, but we'll never see it. That
So, somebody else is describing it, Shane T, who's been commenting quite a bit. I want to make sure they get in here a little bit. They said in response to Verillion, they said, in the black hole, the gravity is so high the light bends back into itself.
correct.
Whoa.
That's a really good way of describing it.
Oh, there you go. Compliment from Landon.
All the
is
world
proving
lines, you know, are, and that's why sort of it's
So-
kind of disconnected world line.
so, like,
now doesn't
okay,
mean if you
so
go
it's
in
like
there,
all
you can't come back out. There's no lines to come out, right? You cannot travel. You with rest mass cannot travel even close to the speed of light, and even if you are massless like a photon, there's no line that lets you escape. Everything is all
converges into
all back.
itself. So it's like, so that's why there's because, like you said, the mass of an object can bend space and therefore can bend the light and blah blah blah. So I think so. If you extend that to the black hole is a highly dense area, or we don't know if it's a
Yeah.
mass or it's
Well,
highly dense. So what
it
it's
does
doing,
have
it's so
mass.
dense. Yeah, it has.
We know
It's
it has
so
mass.
dense
We know it has charge.
that
We know it has
it's bending the
spin.
light into itself. It's like,
Yeah.
you go where you
Yeah.
shithead. I don't want you
And,
here.
and it's like you've taken the grid of space and you torn a hole in it, right? And
Yeah.
and all the lines, you know, don't come out, right? It's like a torn a hole in
Is it
space.
like it's the most dense part that you can ever imagine, or can there be something more dense than the black hole? Or
Now I think where because we don't have experiments to and even some theory to guide us, you know, some people talk about a singularity inside the black hole of infinite density. I suspect that physics says no, you don't get to those infinities. That there's some dense state of matter, some exotic form of stuff of things inside. Because again, the black hole is just a density problem.
yeah,
If you were, the sun is not mass enough to turn into a black hole, but if you were to crush the sun down to a sufficient density, it would turn into a black hole. But guess what? The Earth wouldn't be sucked into it. The Earth would still orbit at 1 AU. Happily, we
won't
wouldn't
get
have any light, so
destroyed.
it'd be rather
So
cold.
that
but-
mass will not disintegrate the Earth. The Earth will stay intact. Is that what you're saying?
It just could still orbit, right? We're outside of the points where relativistic stuff would decay. The Earth would just, you know, if somehow you were to crush the sun down to a density where it became a black hole, Earth would still orbit just fine, right?
Because it would have
density of that region, not it doesn't become like a cosmic background sucking up
So,
stuff.
but if okay, I kind of it's hard for me to imagine for the Earth to keep on spinning because black hole is, you know, it has gravity, like it has mass because then it has gravity. That's why it's able to pull whatever it's pulling, and that's why the light also can't escape it because it's so dense and yada yada yada. So it's hard for me to believe that as it's pulling the Earth in, that Earth, you're saying, won't get lasagnated or spaghettified or something like that.
Very
Earth
well.
So
Gradient
hold
stuff. I
on,
get
hold on,
to
hold
get
up,
in
hold up.
on that.
Time out for 1 second. So we've got somebody from the
Sure.
chat who wants to come in, and it's Rez because he has a question that I think is related to what you're saying. So I don't want you to jump too far ahead, both of you, and see if we can get him in here. So do you guys mind, or do you guys want to
Sure.
annex that?
more the
Okay,
merrier.
I can let him in, so I'm just gonna put us on mute on the stream. I'm gonna switch scenes. I'm gonna bring him in, and then we'll go back. You guys good with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. So it'll just be 1 second, everybody.
At 3, when the thing is non-rotating, you can stable. When the thing rotates at its maximum velocity, where the edge would be going close to the speed of light, the safe distance is 1.
So that will be more than 3, I guess.
Safe distance would be 1, right? As the thing spins up, that safe distance where you can orbit and not decay shrinks down
yeah.
to the point where at the maximum velocity where the edge would be going near the speed of light, the safe distance is very, very near that event horizon. But if it's static, so this is why 3 properties. The charge, if it's charged, you'd feel the magnetic, you feel the electromagnetic field coming out. If it's because charge will be go out there, mass because of the warping of space, and spin. Those are 3 properties that escape the black hole willy-nilly.
Okay, got it. So it's something like, let's say, a whirlpool in an ocean, if you might say, something like that.
But the point is that if you got a whirlhole, you know, if you're not everything in the ocean goes down the drain, right?
Yeah.
It's only when you're near that vortex that you start
Yes.
to decay and go down the drain. So
Yes.
so for a black hole where its point of return is 1,
Yeah.
if you're at 3 or greater, you can orbit just fine.
Yeah, you will survive. You'll survive that.
And you might say, well, why is that? It goes into disagreements between what relativity is and Newtonian mechanics and blah, 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 line. So
Let's maybe keep it for
we
another
have a
stream,
guest
another day.
joined us.
So do you want to go back to the thread, or we'll
Well, Rez
wait
is
for
here.
Rez to come in?
We're back. Rez is here.
Hello.
Chris,
Rez, hello,
Hello.
boy or girl. Hello, Lilo. Is it
That's just
Lilo, the
her.
character?
That's Stitch, you
Oh, Stitch.
goddamn heathen.
It
It's
is.
like
It
the
is
I
sort of
only
like a.
voice I
know.
can do.
I always when I see it, I always think of Ren and Stimpy when I see that Stitch thing. But that's. I realized that was a ripoff of that thing. But Stitch, yes, Stitch. Hi, Stitch.
Hi,
Hello.
Stitch.
Yes, so I have a question that might seem stupid because I'm just a pleb, but regarding the speed of light, I've wondered for a while now, and I need someone who's, actually an expert in these things to tell me. So given that speed is relative to one's experience of time, and photons go at the speed of light, and the closer you approach the speed of light, the more time slows down. Do photons even experience time to the point where they flash in and flash out of existence instantaneously due to the speed they're going? Since the speed of light as we know it is from an outside perspective.
And so you're saying that so yeah, of course photons can't think, so in that sense the case, but the thing is that photons don't, I guess in a colloquial sense, let me hand wave, photons really don't, that the photons reach zero distance in zero time, right? They don't have that because closer, and let's take objects that have mass, closer you get to light speed, the less time you experience in a shorter amount of distance. And if you were to hit speed of light, you would be basically going zero distance in zero time, right? And in fact, what happened if you had a clock is that the clocks would an object wouldn't experience time passing, right? The photons don't. So your question is actually relatively profound.
Or maybe experience is the wrong word, but time dilation would be dialed up to the point where time would become instantaneous from the point they exist to the point they become absorbed.
Yeah,
So
that's right. So if they had somehow they had clocks on the photon, those clocks wouldn't tick, right? They would not.
So from the frame
Photons
of
don't
reference.
experience. Yeah.
So from the photon's frame of reference, wouldn't their speed be infinite?
Or you might think of it as being zero, right? Because we're not going to perceive distance as well.
Right, but
I think they might be static. They just might be hanging.
I mean, I prefer to say that they've got a clock stop. Now, in their section, but this is one of the reasons why the barrier of the speed of light is a big problem, right? If you get past the speed of light somehow, then there wouldn't be that much of a problem going faster than the speed of light. So warp speed, the big barrier is getting over the speed of light. And we don't physically know how to do that, right? I'm not going to say it's impossible. I just don't understand the physics that permit something with rest mass to get to the speed of light in order to get faster than the speed of light. But that's
the only physical way possible we know how you would do it was to separate yourself from space-time and have space push you the distance, because then you're not violating relativity.
Because you're right. Because space can actually accelerate faster than the speed of light.
Because the universe can expand faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, in fact, it's doing it. That's a good example of that. But because the issue of relativity is on so the grid of space can move faster than the speed of light. But objects that have rest mass that are interacting with the Higgs field would require infinite amount of energy, and it would take them an infinite amount of time to accelerate to the point of getting to the speed of light. Now, in contrast, photons have zero rest mass, They don't experience time passing. And so, and in fact, the thing about the photon is the photons can only go the speed of light. And you say, well, I heard about them slowing down light and so forth. Only the speed of light in a vacuum, right? If it's interacting with objects, then slows down. So when you talk about light, going slower, let's say, like for example, that light, in water is what, around 2/3 the speed of light in a vacuum. That really is because the light's interacting with the electric field inside the water and doing things. But we talk about c, the speed of light in a vacuum. That speed is something that the light can only go. You don't, and in fact, when you say, but when I see light go through a glass of water, it's bending and slowing down. Well, actually, what's happening is it's starting and stopping. It's you think of it as it's jumping the speed of light between water molecules. And interacting with the electric fields of those water molecules. So it's like start, stop. And when it interacts, when everything interacts with matter, it takes time. You don't get these instantaneous transfers of energy that require an infinite amount of energy to do it. Light goes between, inside water, between two water molecules. The light travels at the speed of light. And when it starts to interact with the molecule, that takes time, slows down, re-emits, goes forward. And so it has this series of speed lights with pauses as it interacts with the electric field of a water molecule.
Leo says the x and y axis converge at the same speed under the Lorentz transformations. For objects with mass, the closer you approach the speed of light, the greater your relativistic mass gets, requiring more energy to accelerate faster, that is.
Yeah. And that's why I've been talking about rest mass, right? Because properties rest mass is independent of your relativistic mass, right? So the photon has zero rest mass. If you stop a photon, it doesn't exist, right? Photons can only go c and nothing else. Things that have rest mass can only go less than c that we know of. They can't, or more precisely, things that have rest mass that interact with the Higgs field cannot go c. Now you say, well, could they go faster than c? Well, we don't know how to get from below c to above c without going through c. But maybe there's physics that we don't understand that would allow it to do that. I'm not one of those people that say warp drive is impossible. I'm just saying I don't understand the physics that allows it.
Steve also brought up what the equation is for the Lorentz transformation. I don't know how to read that, so if somebody wants to read that for us.
1 over the square root of 1 minus the velocity squared divided by the speed of light squared. So the v he has is velocity, let's say relative to c. So a v of 0 is rest, v of 1 is c. So 1 divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared will tell you the
Landon, would you like me to bring up my art program again and draw that out for people to see?
Sure.
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah,
I'm a helper.
But yes, it is. But Steve is correct, and it's good that those nuke people understand physics, because it would be very bad if they ignored physics, because some of the things they work with, physics is very unforgiving, right? A reactor is forgiving if you start to doubt physics.
Thank you for indulging.
So what you're saying is I should.
Yeah, newbie question.
Oh, I thought that was an awesome question, and my mind was blown by the answer. So.
Yeah, but it was an excellent question right there. And so yes, it's hard to say, if you were a photon, what would you see, because you have rest mass. But if you didn't have rest mass, you would, 1, only be able to go with the speed of light, and 2, you would have perception of time.
That's interesting.
Now, if you had rest mass, you'd have to require infinite energy to get to the speed of light. And then beyond the speed of light, things get weird on the side. And again, I don't know if it's possible to somehow jump past the speed of light without going through the speed of light, because it's like saying, if you're going to go 100 kilometers on the freeway per hour, you've got to go through 50 kilometers per hour from starting at rest. right? And if the 50 kilometer per hour were some physics barrier, then you wouldn't be able to go 100 kilometers in the physics we know about it. So, and
What did I
there's this about wormholes and warping space and so forth to effectively get there is also another thing. But again, I'm not one of those people that says it's impossible. I just don't understand the physics that would allow it at this stage.
Do we want to
Right.
go back to the thread which we started from?
Which thread was that?
What?
We've pulled a number of threads at it. I mean, Steve. Oh, you're
You-
talking about Steve? That's that thread. As long as, by the way, Steve is correct that 0.9999 infinitely repeating is 1, right? I don't know why people think that you can't have two symbols for the same value, right? We have that in mathematics all the time. And so there are some people that somehow want to debate facts with Steve, and I can understand. I had a person who was really annoyed and wanted me to agree with them about something that was factually wrong.
Oh God. Yeah,
Well,
and,
you know-
that
And the person said, I just want to hear you say da 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 da. And I'm going,
yeah,
you want me to lie to you?
yeah.
Mhm.
And it's
Because
that's where
yes, go ahead.
yeah, I think that's where Steve's thread was kind of ending, where Steve was like, listen, math is math. You can't just say that I disagree with you on math. But I think so we are missing something there where they started talking past each other for some reason. It started with color and perception of color and blah blah blah. And then yeah, I'm very accurate with that.
But
stuff.
here's
But
where
then
it gets
it
to be quite difficult.
math for
Language,
some reason.
as you were saying, Manu, language is very problematic when you're dealing with some of these scientific subjects. Just, I mean, look at the thing we had over what does it mean to say the word color and perceive and read and all this sort of stuff. Language gets into a lot of difficulties. And sometimes in Twitter, where you have 280 characters, you can toss back to each other because you don't even agree on the definitions.
Yeah.
Right.
Now-
I don't think I define color the way everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
And that's my
perfectly
mistake.
fine, right?
Right.
But when you talk about mathematics, right? There's a little so but later on they had an interesting question about, do numbers exist?
Oh yeah. That's another thing.
Now, the
Again,
answer,
that's a
the joke about, are numbers real? And the answer is, well, on the real number line, they're real. But
Oh yeah.
again, that thing of real numbers, there's a very mathematical definition of real numbers, right?
Isn't
versus
that like
are
being
numbers
defined into
real?
existence?
The
Well, of
way
course,
I've,
three is a real number.
the
But
best
is it
way I've
real?
had
Right.
math sort of described to me is that there's an objectivity to math that we have a subjective frame of reference for.
Very good, very good. And that's part of the problem. That's one difficulties in doing mathematics is because it's hard for us to put aside that subjectivity.
Yeah. Yeah, go
We've got Leo in the chat also asking, Landon, if 0.999 repeating equals 1, then does 1.999 repeating equal 2? I would presume so,
Yes.
but I don't know if there are finer details that I may be
And-
mixing.
Yes, that is correct.
Hooray! You were right.
Yeah. Awesome.
I even think that Steve would agree with that.
Interesting.
If not, then you'd show how Steve is wrong, and then he would, given facts and source, would change his mind. And
But
thank you for
in the meantime, Steve loves it when you use Twitter as a platform to tell him how to do physics and math. Loves it. And philosophy.
Okay. I will give Charity a benefit of doubt that they started talking past each other at one point, and there was some confusion around the definitions because, as we see, they were arguing about what color is.
Excellent, man. Excellent points, man. Very excellent. And that summarizes Twitter. that is the difficulty of Twitter, right?
Well,
and so you see, if you go to my Twitter feed at Landon, LENDONNOLO, you'll see me
Which is in the description, by
posting
the way.
interesting. interesting pictures that I find intriguing, sometimes disturbing but intriguing. And sometimes I reach out to Ansgar to say, what do you think about this and that's this thing? And then I also post things about science events, right? And I try to, but on rare occasion, I have an employee at at Pennsylvania Avenue, 600 actually who's around there, that I sometimes have to send instructions to because my employee is currently misbehaving.
Potentially another stupid question.
Yes.
If you're using base 8 math,
Yes.
if you're using base 8 math as opposed to base 10, would you get to 1 by doing 0.777 repeating?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So whatever base you have, call it B. If it's base minus 1 ... repeating, it equals B, right?
How
So
does
binary, it would be, which is base 2, it'd be 0.11111 infinitely would equal 1.
1. Okay, I can buy that.
And hex, point would be 1, right? Because F is 15 and base 16, right? So 1 less than the base, if repeating, becomes the next value.
Yeah.
Dot in front, point in front of it, decimal point or comma, depending on which you call them.
Yes.
There's some people use commas for the thing between the 1 and the 10, or whatever the thing is, right? Or base 10, right? We call it base 10 because the numbers cycle at 10. And when you say 1, 2, 3, 123, what are you saying? You're saying those are coefficients of a polynomial. 123 means 1 times 10 to the second power plus 2 times 10 to the first power plus 3 times 10 to the 0 power.
So 1 into x squared
plus 2 x plus
2 with
3
x raised to the power 1 plus
3 to x to the 0, right? We just draw it to draw
yeah,
and that's
0 because x
so
0
the
is
digits are really digits of a polynomial, and decimal, the 10, that's the base. That's why we call it base 10, because the polynomial is a base 10 polynomial. We just we don't put all the terms in there, and so the result is that we call it base 10 because the base of that polynomial is 10. By the way, you don't have to have integers for you don't have to stick to whole numbers for bases. You can do base 1/2.
Yeah.
Right? You can do
My
you can do
brain.
something. You can do like base minus 2, right? Base. Let's count in base minus 2, right? You'd have 0, 1, but so 0, 1, and then we flip to 10. The problem is you go to minus 2.
Yeah.
Because remember, it's the base is 2 minus 2. So minus 2, there's also 0, 1, 10 would be minus 2. 11 would be
you guys
minus
can
1.
tell me if I actually did this, if I wrote this out correctly.
So you would be it's like regular binary, but you just count up in zeros instead of ones.
But now let's hold 100, because what is 100? Let's look on there. So just the 1, that's v squared over c squared, it's 1 minus that fraction. The 1 is not.
Oh, the 1 goes outside the bracket?
Minus v squared.
The 1 goes outside the bracket?
Yeah, so
1 minus v squared by c squared. Yeah, so it will be c squared minus c squared.
Go outside the bracket.
Got it.
But inside the square root.
Inside the square root. Okay, I can fix that.
So anyway, but yeah. So let's talk about base, base minus 2 at 100. Right? What does it mean to be 100? It means your base squared. So what is minus 2 squared?
Minus 8.
Minus 2 squared is 4. So 100 is 4, where 10 is minus 2, where 1 is 1. So the question, well, how would you express 3 in base minus 2?
And more coffee.
Oh,
I feel you, so serious.
Well, you'd have to have a negative 10, because remember 10 is minus 2. You have to have a negative 10 plus 1.
So
To
it'd
get
be
to 3.
minus 11. No, wait.
No, it would be negative. Remember,
be-
negative 10. Since 10 is
Be
minus
1,
2,
0,
negative
0.
10 is 2, and negative 10 plus 1 would be 3. So 3 in base minus 2 is negative 10 plus 1.
So okay. I just
Remember,
okay.
remember,
I'll think
100
about
is
that later.
4, so you can say 100 minus 1 is 3, or
Right.
negative 10 plus 1 is 3. And so those are 2 examples of 2 different encodings of base minus 2 that give you the same value. And you don't have to have these infinite repeating things. Now, by the way, you don't have to start. I said I took a negative base. You could do base pi, right? You have 1,
Oh.
10 would be pi, 100 would be pi squared.
Yeah.
And so when
Right.
someone says, and it's incorrect to say, well, pi never has a last digit. Well, in base pi in base pi is 10
Yeah.
in the subject, right? The last digit of pi in base pi is 0.
Would it be pi squared?
Pi
I
and
don't know.
10. Remember what that next digit means is the base, right? So 10 in base pi is pi.
Mm-hmm.
100 in base pi is pi squared.
Right. Yes.
Okay, now I got it.
I can
Right?
agree. Yeah.
So
Okay.
so in base pi digits, 10 is pi, and pi has a last digit, 0, right? In base pi, right? The thing you probably want to say is that in any, if your base representation, your polynomial is any, any rational number, by rational meaning a whole number or a fraction, it never has a last digit. But
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I got a feeling if I said this to like a layman, they would think I was really dumb.
But by the way, I can have base be square root of pi. So what is pi in the base?
Oh,
square root
for
of pi?
fuck's sake.
Right? The square root of pi squared
Everyone
is
loses.
so in base
100.
square root of pi, 100 is pi, and pi has a in last digit in the square root of pi base. So this notion of it never has a last digit, you have to say in what base, right? And the answer is so if you so if you have a rational base like a whole number or a fraction, like something divided by something, a rational number, pi will not have, because there's no polynomial you can plug values into it that's finite in length, right? You don't have the infinite expansion stuff. There's no formula that has a finite number of terms. You plug a number in, you get pi. It is not possible to take a polynomial with a finite number of terms and some whatever base it is and get that thing of whole number. So yes. So
Did I do it?
Chess, the thing you're missing is a minus sign between the 1 and that parentheses, because otherwise that would be seen as a multiplication. And by the way, that minus and a minus 1 on top, get rid of the minus out of the 1, right? So it's 1 on top, and you put a minus sign between the 1 and the parentheses.
Hold on, I gotta find that.
So move the minus sign to the between the 1 and the parentheses. And by the way, I would say velocity in units of c. That's the other thing. So I would say v equals velocity in units of c. C is the speed of light in a vacuum.
Okay.
We're going to be pedantic. And you put the minus sign between the 1 and the parentheses, and you take it away from the top and have some pi. Oh, there's nice. So Lillian gave us Australian approximation of pi to 2 decimal spots.
So it's 2 digits.
By the way, so yeah. So these are things called transcendental numbers, right? Transcendental numbers they're real numbers, but you cannot, there's no finite sized polynomial with x being whatever base it is, that where the base is a rational number that you can get the value, right? Obviously, if the base is pi, then pi equals pi, and that doesn't count. But if you talk about rational polynomials with rational base, where you have a finite number of things. So in other words, you cannot express pi in decimal digits and do it actively. It would take an infinite length. Now the question becomes, if you look at the distribution of the digits, keep going out farther and farther, farther and farther, farther. In base 10, do all the digits come up evenly?
That's a good. That's a good question. Does it?
We don't know, because that would be called a normal number. We don't know if pi is normal. There are numbers whose infinite repeating that have a perfect distribution across the digits, right? And in fact,
That's interesting.
If you express pi in base 2 or base 7 or base 9, we think it is the digits are evenly distributed. They appear to come out random, but we don't know that. If it is, if pi basically has a, not only does it not end, but it has a seemingly random distribution across the possible digits. Again, we're talking about bases that are rational. If we could prove that, then we could prove that pi is what's called normal. That's a term that that mathematicians say, and it is not known whether pi is normal. We know about normal numbers. We have never yet proven, and we're working on it, whether pi is actually normal. So that do the digits 0 through 9 in base 10 of the representation of pi continue to be evenly distributed? There's heuristic arguments that suggest it does, but we haven't been able to prove it. And moreover, we don't know if it's provable. Remember that bit about incompleteness theorem? It is a case that the distributions of pi's digits in best decimal is either evenly distributed or it isn't, right? It's either evenly distributed across the digits or it's not, right? One or the other. So it's one or the other. It's not both. So it's either that statement pi is normal is true or it's false. We do not know if logic is capable of showing that it's true. Pi normal may be one of those statements that is not provable through logic. You can't start with some set of axioms. We don't know that. There's strong arguments to say that it is, but we don't know if it's even provable.
Is it possible?
We believe you, Landon. The rest of us are just sitting here nodding and smiling politely.
But logic can't do everything, right? That's the thing. That's part of this. This is back to that. Go ahead.
For pi to end, does it have to go on forever?
If you're talking about, let's say base 10, it does, because if pi ended, then you would have that pile of digits divided by 1, and that would be the number, right? If pi was ended in 3.14, that was it. It would be 314 divided by 1,000. Pi would be a rational number. There would be a polynomial, 3 times 10 to the first, 10 to the 0 plus 1 times 10 to the minus 1 plus 4 times 10 to the minus 2. There'll be a polynomial whose value put into it will come out pi. So if pi had a last digit in decimal, then there would be a fraction that would equal pi. There'd be a polynomial that you put numbers in, you get pi out exactly, and lots of other things would happen. Lots of break. I mean, pi being irrational, so you can't divide two things to get pi. Pi being transcendental means there's no formula on all those terms that give it has been proven. But is pi normal? Meaning, if you looked at the distribution of the infinite digits in some rational base, we don't know if the digits of pi are a good random number generator, right? Now, so maybe it doesn't have a digit. If pi were not normal, it might mean in decimal it has more 6s than 5s, right? That would be it still would be pi, whatever value it is, but if it had more 6s than pi, 5s distribution, and somehow you could show as you approach infinity, you get slightly more 6s than 5s, then pi would not be normal. It would not be a perfect random number generator, for example, but it would still would be, pi. So pi can be not normal and still be quite interesting. E is another one. So again, these are things where we and so as mathematicians, we don't even know if it's possible to prove whether pi is normal or not, which makes it an interesting challenge, right? And people have made great strides in it, but we don't know if we're close or if it's impossible. If it's like the black hole of logic, right? Is the pi is normal, that true statement reachable through axioms, starting with some set of assumptions and some operators? Can you essentially define the normality of pi in terms of some logic and get there and show that that's the case? We don't know that yet.
I have a follow-up question that I have to know now that you've answered that one. If it's infinite, let's say, take me through the steps. How do you calculate the next digit? The one that's never been ever found. How do you calculate that one now?
Well, there's an infinite series that you could have that will give you that converges to pi, right? There's a thing as you get more and more terms, you get closer and closer to the value of pi. At some point, those terms become so small that a digit is well defined, right? That the error. So as you so let's look at one of the infinite series of pi, right? Calculating pi through an infinite sequence, right? There are some nice things. For example, pi is 4 divided by 1 minus 4 divided by 3 plus 4 divided by 5 minus 4 divided by 7 plus 4 divided by 9 minus 4 divided by 11 plus 4 divided by 13 ...
Okay.
So the numerators are all 4. The terms are plus minus, and the thing go 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 out to 13, and you go ... out there, right? That's one of the things that's pi, and you can prove that.
I didn't know that's how you got it.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a measuring circle thing, like by hand or
That
something.
Leibniz did that. I didn't do it, right?
Okay.
There's another one that's kind of fun. 3 plus 4 divided by 2 times 3 times 4 minus 4 divided by 4 times 5 times 6 plus 4 divided by 6 times 7 times 8 minus 4 divided by 8 times 9 times 10 plus, just get the thing? It's 4 divided by the next 3 digits multiplied in the denominator. Plus minus plus minus plus minus.
So that's how you get down the line, because that would be
Well,
smaller.
that was a guy that did the Cantheos thing in 15th century. Wallace, has a nice expression, or so there are many of these infinite series that can converge. Some converge really slow and are sucky to calculate pi. Some are faster. And so you can imagine, let's take that case of those terms, right? When you say 4 divided by the next odd number, really, really big, that 4 divided by thing is going to be tiny, right? And if that thing is like 4 divided by something billion and one, that's not going to change the 10th digit, right? That's not going to even change the 100th digit, right? So by the time you get to the point where the terms are really, really tiny, whatever our base is, those big terms will be fixed, and it'll be flipping the small digits. So, and there, by the way, there are actually formulas you can go and calculate, like in base 16, you say, I want to know the 1/1,000,000th digit in hex, and you can plug in a formula and it'll tell you that thing, right? And as you get more and more, it takes more and more stuff to do. But again, these are fun little expansions you can do. Some converge better than others.
Well, what's the most the farthest digit that's ever been calculated? Is that knowable? Do we even know, or did some computer crunch it and it's not possible to know?
A record right now, people have done of expansions of stuff of out to like trillions of digits. I don't know what the record is, right? That's one of the things.
Trillions of
But
digits.
I think. I mean, I have a file I know it has like 10 billion digits of pi in it. Or the first 10 billion digits, I should say. But
Oh, just the first 10 million.
Is there even a useful application of having that many digits of pi? Is there ever any use for that?
use for that. So the value is not because it's pi, right? The usefully is the calculations, right? To be able to calculate with those enormous values efficiently and correctly is actually a non-trivial exercise. Same reason why when you do the searching for a new largest known prime number, the answer is not the interesting thing; it's the method, right? Again, in science, it's about questions. So Rez, your question was very scientific, right? The answer is not in science values questions, right? And
Well,
so the
I
question
assume the
about
method
how
would have
did you
been.
calculate pi is more important than what was the answer.
Well, I'm assuming the method would be valuable to do in the first place, otherwise they wouldn't do it. But I'm just wondering, is there ever any practical application for having that many digits of pi to use for anything?
The same thing like a practical application in terms of large probability tests. One of the current methods for doing very, very high speed calculations with very, very large numbers is using things called using transforms. Fourier transform, you might have heard of Fourier series, Fourier transform as an example of stuff. And so the techniques of doing those transforms efficiently and correctly matter in airplane fluid dynamics, in spectral analysis, in stuff. Go ahead, Manya.
In communications, telecommunications,
Yes.
there's still signal processing.
So signal processing.
If I can jump in real quick, we are at 2 hours and 45 minutes, just so you guys are aware about the time going on. And Landon, you're getting a little bit of lag again, so dropping and coming back in seemed to fix it. So if you want to just do that again real quick, if you don't mind, thank you. So yeah. Just a heads up, you guys are almost at the 3-hour mark. Not that I mind, there's no limit. You guys can keep going as long as you damn well please. I have no issue with this. There's clearly lots to talk about, and the chat is very happy with it. So just wanted to make you guys aware.
Okay, if I may, we had started with the original thread. If I may bring up that controversial point where I think the divergence happened or the disagreement happened.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't invent the internet. I only got to start the internet in 1974 when it was the first conscious use of the internet, 1974. So I haven't been there for a while, but internet was very different back then.
Yeah, the first use of internet, and it was for porn.
Not too far afterwards.
To Steve's tweet, do you want me to send you the link? I can send you the link. Give me a sec.
She's got it.
Funnily enough, it wouldn't have been because it would have taken way too damn long to even load a picture.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there were character porn. How you could ASCII porn was something that's fairly early on, right? And then there were files that had characters that you print on a line printer or so forth would paint pictures if you stood back far enough and squinted. And they became meta characters for porn stuff. And so the emojis, the smiley face stuff was there were a bunch of pornographic emojis back in when we did character text stuff.
I mean, you'll find that in
off or
you'll find that in
draw,
Twitch chat these days. Like,
follow the porn.
It's still going.
While Chesh is setting this up, I have a question about something that I looked up about you. You've been like in the Guinness book for finding large prime numbers several times.
Yep.
But there was one that they said that was interesting because there's a way you can find prime numbers, but it wasn't used for one. How did you find out that one?
Well, there were techniques that we had that we came up with on how to improve things that haven't been used yet by somebody to achieve a record, right? You can use these techniques to prove large numbers being prime, but right now, for example, people are chasing after the EFF's Cooperative Computing Award prize. The first person that can prove under the rules that they've discovered a prime number that's 100 million decimal digits or more without leading zeros, they don't count. There's an award of $150,000.
Holy guacamole! I need that money.
And
Let's start working
the
on
first
that.
person, the first person who was able to prove, again under the rule, if you have primality of a number that's 1 million decimal digits or more, leading zeros don't count. There's a $250,000 award available.
Oh
So these are
man.
two. We've given out the $50,000 and $100,000 awards for the first million more digits and the first 10 million more digits. You don't have to be exactly 100 million. You could be 100 million, 140 million, right? It just has to be more than 100 million. And proving it means that you've got, one of the things you've got to do is you've got to publish your proof in a mathematical journal that's peer reviewed. And then you've got to get, and then also get it past the three advisors. I'm one of the advisors, by the way.
Oh, of course.
And by the way, I'm not eligible for the award because I'm on the advisory board, so I can't get give it to myself. But the EFF, there was a very generous donor that put up this money, and they're trying to do what? They're not really interested in the actual numbers that come out. It's the techniques. It's cooperating to be able to come up with techniques that are efficient. And those efficiencies have done a lot of things in terms of weather forecasting, boat design, panic signal processing, lots of these computational techniques that are quite valuable. Again, because it's the question and the method, not the answer, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, all I gotta say about that is that money sounds great, but my calculator does not do that many digits. So I'm gonna add like about 10 million calculators to my Amazon wish list, and everybody.
And it turns out, and in fact, that's part of the thing. If you have each calculator doing its own digits, it turns out that the way you do pencil paper, like multiplication, is not very efficient.
Mhm.
There are much more efficient ways to multiply numbers than to do the digit
I
thing and the
am
times tables.
shocked that writing this down by hand is not the most efficient way to do this.
But the pencil and paper method you do for division and addition, how you taught in school,
You can
is
bunch the numbers
undoubtedly-
together in exponential powers and then add them and subtract them and blah 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 blah.
Well, there are some techniques that particularly for large numbers are amazingly efficient, and that put our way we do sums and products and
GRE
so
is
forth
the
to shame.
international equivalent for American universities like IELTS's, the English exam. You want to pass GRE, you have it includes mathematics also, especially when you're trying to get into courses like engineering and sciences and stuff. You need to have simpler or more efficient, as Landon says, methods of doing your calculations, or else you're not going to make it.
Yeah. Sure, please.
Let's have a look. So I think so Steve came into this whole thread where the talk about color was happening, and Steve said it was his personal opinion. He wasn't imposing it on anyone by the looks of it. I look at colors as purely phenomenological color idealism and reject naive realism. Sorry?
Go ahead. Product of phenomenon, yes. Phenomenal problem of a subject, a phenomenon, right? But he does what?
Yeah. So the color itself does not exist. It is illusionary as a way how our minds try to process sense data. I had this discussion with Estella. She said she understands it but disagrees. Estella is our luminous that we were talking about before. So Estella said,
What Steve would say,
yeah, go on.
So, and that notion of illusion, right? I wonder what they would say about my perception of that color that doesn't exist. It's illusion, right? But I have a color, I have a perception of color that isn't going to exist. How does it stay in my brain? Well, you remember things. You remember stuff, right? I remember that color. I remember red. So in some ways, red is just as much of an illusion as that color that doesn't exist that I can remember.
Saying, oh crap.
Mr.
My
Sirius, your
microphone
volume.
just turned down. Are they saying that computers see illusions?
How do you
Because
mean?
computers can quantify color, right? So
Quantify color from our understanding of it. We program computers.
Yeah, and
sure,
then
but
they
then it still
measure.
has to
So a calorimeter
pull in
can
them.
measure light intensity at certain frequencies. Right? There's instruments that can measure photon frequencies and photon flux, I should say, phrase.
Right, but
So
if it was illusionary, it wouldn't be able to, right? Because it's not a product of that
Well,
computers can
that
do.
might
They're not AI.
that might suggest that your perception of red and a photon at a frequency are not the same thing.
It's possible.
Red is your illusion in your mind that we happen to have a shared illusion, name for a shared illusion, red, but I don't know that your red in your mind, the illusion that you get when your retina is stimulated by red photons, is the same illusion as mine.
I don't put any weight behind the colors that I see. I could be absolutely wrong on every one of them. I'm okay to accept that. If I see a color, great. But if I see a color and like it has an ASCII code put to it, that's the only data I give it. That's how I define colors. It's basically however a computer sees it, I'll take it. Because
Sure.
it's the same every time. As long as you keep doing the same test over and over again and with the exact same conditions, it's never going to change. So,
But that data is also going to mean different things to different people. Think about people that are colorblind. That can't
yeah,
see specific colors.
it's the code that matters to me, not what I see. I don't care about what I
Right,
see.
but
I could be wrong.
To them, that code might look like the same as another color or a different color entirely. So that code is
you're
going to
saying
mean
that
something
code
different
could
to somebody
label
else.
something as some other color for them. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying, Chris?
Yes.
But I think so. What Mr. is saying, that if we have already established that reference, then it should be same for that color should be same for that colorblind person as it is for him.
Right, but what I'm getting at is that because of the subjective experience of the majority, that's the way we code it, but it's also going to mean something else to the minority who can't see that color, is what I'm saying.
Yes, that's true.
I'm not
so
sure.
for those that are
So-
aren't colorblind,
From
we
that,
tend to agree on the name of photons of a certain frequency.
right,
Well, the
but
hex
that-
codes don't work that way. They increase like intensities of the three like prime colors in one after another, and they mix together to make a thing. I mean, regardless of how anybody sees it, it doesn't subtract from the method that is the same every time.
right, but what I'm getting at is that our experience of color is already a subjective experience that is going
That's
to
why-
vary with individuals as well, even further.
I think so.
Right.
You two are talking about two different things here. I think so. Rez is talking about how a colorblind person would perceive a color as, whereas Mr. Sirius is saying if we go by a specific mechanical method on what label we give to a certain combination or a certain
Yeah.
frequency or wavelength of number of the color, then that should stay. And if and if the colorblind person follows the same method, then they should come to the same color for the same label, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I don't think perception has anything to do with color. Like, I throw that out the window because all perceptions are subjective. I'm looking for objective answers, and
Yeah, but the
computers can
question
deliver
is,
that. People can't.
what does color mean? What
It's
do you mean
just
by
that.
that
I mean, the
word?
numbers, some data, you can quantify it in data, colors. I think that's good enough for me.
But for example, that orange thing that Chesh measured, if you had a pigment, that pigment would not have red, greens, and blues in it. That pigment would have a frequency distribution that would be different than the red of that when the I guess when Rez put up that super chat, right? The red part of that super chat thing had in pigments would be different because when you see something like the rainbow out and after a rainstorm, you see the rainbow in the sky. You're not seeing RGB values there. You're seeing a continuous spectrum with notches because there's certain frequencies that get absorbed in air and certain frequencies that sun has got blocks in. But you effectively see a continuous spectrum, a spread across it. Our eyes perceive bands, but when if you took a physical object and measured the frequencies by a gradient and looking at the diffraction gradient, you would see that the photons were increasing in frequency as you went across the rainbow.
Sure.
From red to violet,
So
right? And so that orange is not a red, green, and blue combination like you saw when Cheshire was making it on your screen. That orange is really an orange.
So I think so.
Well,
That's
I
what
think-
Mr. Pierce is saying. That, if I may, he can correct me if I'm wrong. What he's saying, if we go by what Landon, the method that you have just said, increasing the frequencies, and at each increase, I know you can have infinite number of increases along that spectrum, between certain number of points. For that each increase in frequency, you give a label to that point, and he's happy to go by that label. Okay, if this color is color razzmatazz at this frequency, this is color razzmatazz, or red razzmatazz, red, something like that.
I think it's like, I can understand. There's a difference between analog and digital. I do understand that. I think it's kind of like intention versus speech. I think there's no such thing as a language that's good enough to transmit what's going on in our brains. There's no such thing as a language that can do that. That we have a close approximation, and that's as good as we can do. So when it comes to from me sharing an experience with you, all I can do is give you a close approximation, which is exactly what the ASCII codes are. It's I can give you a closer approximation.
And that's why when you're dealing with something like in science, that's why
And
we often move towards the language of mathematics, because words like color, perception, illusion have a lot of
they're relative.
Yeah, a lot of subjectivity in that sort of thing.
Math is more regulatory and more stringent
well
in
said.
its definition, and as soon as you jump to math, it's a little bit more precise, whereas language is very subjective and can be.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to say, that the weirdness of quantum mechanics in the mathematics is unusual, but you can make statements that it's hard to kind of convey in linguistic terms some of the weirdnesses of quantum mechanics.
So real quickly, are we talking about philosophy, or are we talking about mathematics, or are we talking about both?
Yeah, I think it's both. Isn't it supposed to be mathematics and philosophy? Mathematics and philosophy.
Cutting in and out of each cave.
Because somewhere in there they talk about are numbers real, right? As in, do numbers exist? Isn't that somewhere along that line it got? Sure.
Yeah, right now we're reading Rainbow.
So I think so where the disagreement happened between Arc Luminous and Steve was Arc Luminous is saying color isn't purely phenomenological. Your perception of it is, she's telling Steve. And Steve comes back and says, the color we perceive is to me clearly purely phenomenological. Bah. Same as an illusion. And then Arc Luminous comes back. Your perception of color requires your mind and sense organs as well as a color to perceive. Then Steve's like, to an indirect realist of all of our perception is in the mind, but the perception of color is a actual phenomenon. So yeah, this is where this whole thing started, I think so.
And this is again where you've got to be very careful about your terms, because you can end up talking past each other.
Yeah. So maybe
if
they
you're
should
if you don't
have
agree on the
come-
terms.
Yeah. So maybe they should have come to an agreement on the term phenomenological. You know, that they're on the same page, and even illusion or illusionary.
Or color,
They should have come on
and
the same
color,
page on
right,
color.
and so forth, right, for those things.
And
But
color.
that's and this is where
Maybe
it
one
becomes
thing
very
is
difficult to
interesting.
try to have deep discussions on Twitter. Look how
Yes,
long it's
and-
taken us to try to achieve, and we're yakking with language, right?
I think I'm seeing some of the issue I'm having with my definition of color. Maybe this can help, but it seems like color is kind of an unexplainable thing regardless of how you see a color. It's impossible to convey exactly what you're saying to somebody else.
Yep.
Only until we can start hooking our brains to each other's brains will act pretending that subjective view of color means anything in the grand scheme of anything.
A frequency of a photon can be measured objectively. Now,
Yes.
I will point out, by the way, that we talk about the light coming from an object near a dense object like the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That light comes to us. Remember, I said the light comes to us always at the speed of light.
Yeah.
The frequency is time-based, and the frequency of the light will change. So when we see something that we say is red, that may have been red shifted. It may have started off emitting green, and due to warping the space and time dilation, we perceive it as red. So they emit a green photon. They see green photons. They see green streams. Look in there, see how it looks green, and we see red because it's been red shifted, right? So the point is that even that objective measurement only really gets pretty close when you're in the local frame of reference.
Frequency that photon is coming and hitting my retina, is it?
Yeah, and so that it's coming in at the speed of light and hitting your retina, and your retina is being stimulated by a certain frequency, and your brain responds to that stimulation. And we linguistically put a name on that stimulation.
When I think of color, I don't think of anything like, let's, put the sun against my eye to see what color it is. Like, wherever you are when you're seeing it, that's the color because of the environment that you're in. And like all of that plays into what color you're going to see. So you're not seeing
be careful because adjacent colors change your perception. Remember when we were looking at Chess showed us those images, and we looked down at the pixels. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or Landon, is it the change of frequency that changes the color or the perception of color? Frequency of light or the photon that's hitting the retina?
Well, if being red shifted, that frequency will change. The light will still come in at speed at c, but the frequency will change.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It depends on the frequency, I guess. Or
if something is receding very fast, right? From it, we'll see that light will shift towards a red. That's why we call it redshift. But when it reaches us, we will measure that frequency. You can measure the frequency in our local frame of reference, objectively.
Well,
but
photons are like waves, right?
Yeah, they're electromagnetic waves.
So they will have a frequency.
Yeah.
So the protons will be the frequency, basically.
Yes, but the frequency you send is not the frequency I will receive because of relativity.
Right.
That's
like a drawback.
And there's again, you got to be now when you have that formula with the correct position of the minuses and parentheses and square root stuff, that'll tell you how it will change.
If it makes you feel any better, this Twitter thread blew the fuck up. And people are blocking people and showing DMs, and people are calling other people names over some numbers. Like, it went bizarre. Really, really like if I click this little thing right here, show you. If I click this little 20 plus thing going on that just happened the past couple minutes, you will see just like everybody's mad. No, car crash.
time here, so I don't know what
No.
their
And
problem is.
it's all because
I guess fun is effective.
of the not enough philosophy is in math and not enough math is in philosophy. Maybe it's a little bit of column A, and maybe because language is difficult and things are hard and people have bad days, and that sometimes you need
it
to
goes
be a
squishy.
little bit understanding. But holy shit, did this blow up for no reason?
Now, Steve said I've not blocked anyone. LOL. I think he's saying not blocked anyone over that. The
Oh,
comment. I
didn't
suspect
say
he might have
Steve
blocked
was
someone
the
in
one
the
who
past.
blocked
is what I'm saying.
anybody. I
people
didn't
that
say it was Steve.
Yeah.
I just
Now,
said
a bunch of people have blocked Steve, right? That's a common thing. Of how many people have blocked
Steve's
Steve?
fault. Steve's
oh
fault.
man, I don't know. This just this blew up for what I would probably say is objective. Look at see this little 20 here, and then little top
Yeah.
here that says 51.
Yep.
Look
So
at it.
so could we jump to the thing about our numbers? You know, is numbers
Yeah,
a
I'm
real
just-
thing,
I-
right?
I'm
Or
just
are
trying
they
to
are they
find
just
it.
an illusion?
I'm just trying to find it. I'll do a quick search and see if I can pull it up. If you give
Yeah,
me a
blocking
minute.
Steve
Stop
is common.
screen
That is true. Blocking Steve is common.
Hashtag
You know, it'd be an
Steve's
interesting
fault.
question, Steve, for you to make a guess as to what percentage of people have blocked you that could receive your messages on Twitter.
I remember when it started getting into like
Out of the
a real
percentage
big
of
back and
people on
forth.
Twitter?
I did an @landin. So if there's a certain ability to search for that, I don't know. But I've only posted one thing, and it was kind of right in the middle of the line of the big argument that was happening.
And it's really hard to try to convey some term. I mean, Steve tries it and to use a Southern expression improperly, bless his heart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that way. I'm just triggering a couple of my Southern friends.
To be
You know,
fair,
Steve,
Steve kind of digs his own grave because he will say Twitter is a bad place for discussion and then try to discuss on it anyway.
that
Stop,
is
Steve.
one of the mindful things. Steve kind of does that, but you know, a way to trigger Steve is to try to have an argument to him over facts. Steve tends to not let that.
But Twitter's still not the place for that because this shit happens.
Yeah, because if you say to Steve, "Sorry, you're
That's
wrong. 2 plus 2
I
is
don't
unequal
entirely
4."
agree with that, and I'll tell you why. And it's because this shit happens, but this shit happened because there was a discussion going on that we decided to talk about, and we got a great discussion out of it. So it's that Twitter is awkward and difficult, and when things start going downhill and start getting misunderstood, which is what I did with Gary, is that's when you take the step back, realize shit's hitting the fan before it actually hits the fan and everything, and the fan explodes because it overheats because it's full of shit. And you instead go, all right, like, tell you what, this is a really interesting conversation. I'm not sure I'm quite understanding you. Even though you might think that you do. Even if you might think that you do doesn't mean that you do. So take a step back and go, okay, tell you what, if you're willing, come on and we'll have like an actual discussion about it. So that way when people misunderstand or use different words and they're talking about different things, you can have maybe a moderator there, or even just a live discussion where things can be a little bit more reasonable.
I'd like to
You're
clarify.
just
When
doing
I say,
go ahead. Please go ahead.
when I said
Go
this
ahead.
shit, I didn't mean this call. I meant people blocking people on Twitter
no,
because
I
of a
totally
stupid
know
discussion.
what you meant. Yeah. I just thought I'd make a side point.
Try not
I
to
didn't
take
mean to
it.
say you were wrong.
Try not to take it seriously. Okay. By the way, Silkex666 said this is a comment for £2. It's a £2 comment.
Is
And
it
by the way,
really?
it has a blue and an off blue on that little.
Not blue. It's still
super chat.
blue, but a different type of blue.
Yeah,
I
off
just
blue.
discovered something. With the chat popped out, I actually can't make a super chat.
Oh, that's interesting.
You
and
can.
That's interesting.
I have a question for Landon, just because this has popped up, because it's something that Keon said, and so I think maybe we should touch on this. And he says,
You and your puppy.
he said you can't prove by any means that 2 plus 2 equals 5. And then they said you actually can prove it mathematically.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And
Oh,
given a set of axioms and given an interpretation of 2 and 5, you can.
Okay, but that's
Ah.
that sounds like Landon saying, "Yeah, you could, but it wouldn't mean the same thing as you mean when you're saying that."
True.
But they should also clarify their position because they didn't specify they were talking about base 10.
And you didn't specify what the
Also true.
operator was, the plus operator, right? And rules for the plus operator. So you know,
Or is it to the base 10
if you define the
or
plus
base
operator
7?
as the addition of two terms increased by 1, then 2 plus 2 does equal 5.
Because like in base 5 math, all you would have to do is plus 2.222 repeating plus 2.222 repeating, wouldn't you?
Oh.
That would be decimal 6, which would be in base 5, 11,
Would it?
right? But
Because
I mean,
because
did
if
they do
5
it
is
right? Did they do it right?
4.4444 repeating
Okay, sorry. Okay.
in base 5 math, wouldn't you just add 2.222 repeating and 222 repeating?
So 2.222 repeating in base 3 would be 2.222 repeating in base 3 would be 3. In base 5, that would be 2 divided by so it would be 2 divided by 5 plus 2 divided by 5 in base 5 set. So
I actually broke Landon. Holy shit.
so I'm trying to think because I know how to do this stuff
To the base 5.
fly.
Is it to the base 5? And he's talking about what? 2 plus 2 to the base 5?
2.2222 repeating plus
would be-
2.222 repeating would be 4.444 repeating.
4.44 repeating, which would be in
Which
base
would
5
be 5.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. Yes. Yep.
repeating or 4.9999 repeating?
No, in base 5 it'd be 4.444. So he's correct.
Okay.
2.222.
Got it. Base 5. Okay.
Yes. So it would be 2.5. So I'm trying to think about 2/5, but in base 5, yes, that comes
I just
to
had 3 cups
2.5.
of
So
coffee.
yes. So answer, you're correct. Sorry, it took me a little while, but yes.
Maybe I just explained it properly.
I think,
off.
however,
No.
if somebody says 2 plus 2 equals 5, unless they specify otherwise, I think it's pretty reasonable to go by that they're using the base 10 and they
Base 10
that,
and the standard operator. But if I define the plus operator, right? If I have some C++ program and define the plus operator as
Landon's
the first
just screwing with us.
and second, being 2 in a register, second term being from the standard register to 2 registers, under going through the add part of the ALU and then an incrementer added onto it. So in that case, 1 plus 2 would be 4. 2 plus 2 would be 5. 3 plus 2 would be 6 because I defined the plus operator as the sum of two things and an increment, right? Right.
Or
And
plus
so,
1.
So
yeah.
technically you could do.
Yeah, C++ do.
But you sit there and say, well, then you get into territories of Edgar where you just define your own terms and then you're
In some possible world.
but now, so the question becomes, okay, let's say that we're going to agree, we're going to use the common occurrence of the plus as an additive operator. And we're going to do base 10. And we're going to have 2 plus 2, and we want 5. How do you do that?
I have
So
no fucking clue.
So Steve wanted to
Additive operator.
specify. I think I have it up now, where they started
Yes.
going into.
Chris
going
did
into
the right
numbers.
correct thing, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he was saying that. Where did it go? Question: in the reals, given axioms we have for R base 10, can you prove 2 plus 2 equals 5?
Well, given axioms, answer can be yes, because let's say that I'm going to build an axiomatic system where 4 does not exist and the increment of 3 is 5. So let's say I now define the increment operator and I declare in my set of integers that 4 does not exist, and increment of 3 is 5, then 2 plus 2 is now equal to 5, right? I played with my axioms. I played with the assumption. I didn't play with the value 2. I didn't play with the value of plus. I took 4 out of the number line.
We get it. Math is complicated and multi-dimensional. In every possible world, there's every possibility.
Now, if you said, now if you
Math
said,
is
and this is maybe
meaning
where Steve would say, if you told out the axiom necessary to pass a standardized test in
Steve
most
said
universities,
no. He said given the axioms for R. That's not R. Damn it, Landon.
but I didn't say R.
Yeah, but
I
Steve
said
did in
I
his
gave
You
question.
didn't.
Steve said R in his question though.
I wasn't responding to Steve. I was saying, given a system where you had
Ah.
2 and
Right,
plus
right.
and base 10, how do you get 5 by taking 4 out of it? Now,
You guys talking past each other? Because we have Twitter for that.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Landon needs to block Steve on Twitter now and say he's harassing him. Get out of here.
Oh, I guess Steve is harassing me. So could someone block Steve just out of principle? No.
Hold on, I'll take away his mod status.
He didn't have it to
Wait a minute,
begin
he
with.
doesn't have
He's
it.
been talking
You don't have
already
anyone
this
to
whole
begin with.
time.
I mean, Steve as a moderator? No. So yes, and if you talk about the classical real number system, that is defined by real numbers in mathematics, then no. But if you had said kind of come up with an axiomatic system where 2 is consistent, plus is consistent, and base 10 is consistent, you have to delete 4 is one of the ways. There's other axiomatic systems that you could come up with to try to achieve
So
that thing.
Steve
Steve
blew up
asked
the
a
chat.
question. Hold on. Steve asked a question, so I'll ask it for him, Leland. He said, where the hell did that go? Changing bases does not prove 1 plus 1 equal to 0 in base 2, as 1 plus 1 equal to 0 represents 1 plus 1 equal 2.
True, but if you said base 2 in the modulus ring of 2, so if you talk about but a modulus ring of 2, now not only do you not have the digits 2, but the numbers wrap around, right? You're in like in a clock. It's like saying, in a clock where you go, if you use this silly 12 or a clock, right? And you go, past it, that sort
silly.
of that thing. Yeah. So in mod in the ring of mod 2, 1 plus 1 is 0. But that's not R, as Steve said. Now the question is, so and this is your logic question. This would be something that would come in a quiz and would say, come with an axiomatic system come with axiomatic systems where 2 plus 2 is 5, and your grade is going to be based upon the number of different axiomatic systems you can produce in the next 20 minutes.
I think I got to the if you look at the screen, I think I got to where they started going into numbers, where it says 1 plus 1 equals 2 can be proven, but the first attempt took several hundred pages to do. And then this person responded, don't be ridiculous, every school kid learns to add and subtract by proving it, duh. And they're saying show your work is the same as proving.
Well, what Steve is talking about is the logicians doing formal logic stuff, to go into formal logic and to talk about, what axioms you come up with and what are the allowed operators, and construct, the next thing, like the increment is a very, very, very complicated process, right? You can do that with a number of ways, but that's in mathematical logic, you find the formalisms necessary to get 1 plus 1 equals 2 requires a lot of structure. And in fact, you go through processes of trying to refine your axiomatic system down to minimum. One of the things is like, what are the minimum number of axioms, minimum number of things you define as true, and the minimum number of operators you define as valid to allow you to prove 1 plus 1 equals 2. What kind of minimum do you need for it?
Well, the plus has to mean something specific, and the 1 has to mean something specific.
And so you have to come up with axiomatic systems about it. So you end up oftentimes in these number lines, you define as part of your axioms the identity operator 1 and 0 are part of your givens.
Here's where he gets into the 0.999 repeating crap.
Yeah.
So some
And that's unfortunately. I mean, now what Steve is saying is not crap. The people that argue against facts is crap.
Yeah,
but,
so we've
but
got
the question
him
is numbers, right? Is a number 5? Is that subjective or objective? Is 5 a real thing? Or is 5
now that you're saying about all these axioms, I don't know. I guess not, right? Depends on your structure.
I would imagine that the whatever its representation, whatever it's representing is, yes, but the label of the number 5 is subjective.
So one might think, for example, that an alien civilization has a concept of 5. They may not call it 5, but there's a line that says that mathematics is independent of the observer.
Right.
And the value 5 as a numerical value is independent of whether even anyone's around, right? No one invented 5. 5 has always been there, and 5 is there regardless of space-time, right? It's always...
the number we call it is just a label for what already exists, or as a way to identify what is there.
Yeah.
By the way,
we could have called it 6, so then 2 plus 3 would have been 6. If we had called 5 or 5 fingers, 6, if I might say.
Yeah, so the word might be there, but the concept of 5 is so one thing that they talk about, for example, in mathematics, the concept of primality, right? A number being prime is something that should be independent of the civilization, independent of the property of primality. And let's define
the
the
characteristic
definition of prime is something that is independent of civilization, independent of opinion.
Property,
And number 5 has been prime, is always prime, and will continue to be prime long after we're gone. In fact, it's out of it. 5 being prime is a fact that's not subject to physical realm.
I think my favorite is that Steve starts talking about mathematical proofs here, right? We went from talking about color, which is just up here. This is them talking about color, and you can see why colors look different and and they went from talking about color to saying that there's a difference between the interpretation of a color and that 1 plus 1 equals 2 can be a provable thing, whereas color is far more subjective based on the tools that we use in each of those fields. So with color, we have to rely on our senses, whereas mathematics exists independently of us. So Steve goes ahead and explains, so somebody had asked, so he goes ahead and explains the written proof for 0.999 repeating, and then the immediate response he gets is, except 0.999 repeating doesn't equal 1.
Yeah, well, it could be trolls, right? It could be trolls too, because that's one way to troll Steve.
This person isn't. If we get further,
it could be. I mean, you can troll Steve for the number of ways, and that's one of the ways to troll him. But no, seriously, the notion, I discovered these large prime numbers. Those numbers were prime before I discovered them. They're prime afterwards, right? And another civilization, if it had the means to do so, would agree that the number that I discovered was prime. They may not call it. They may have a different way of doing it. They may have a more efficient way of doing it. They might have a different name for it. But the notion of 5 being prime, as an example, is independent of the physical space and time and so forth, and independent of stuff. And it's independent of your political thoughts. It's independent of how woke you are, any sort of thing. 5 being a prime number doesn't care about what your genders are, what your political philosophy is.
So what you're saying is 5 is prime because of the patriarchy.
I think that actually just answered the super chat we got from Josh for 20 that says, "Does Landon think mathematics is invented or discovered?"
I'm not saying it is, but I like to think that mathematics is a discovery process, right? And so
Well,
when I talk about the being a Guinness World Record, it's because I was the first person to discover, prove in a way that other people could accept that 2 to the 21,000 in the first power minus 1 was pi, right? I was the first person known to have performed the proof and then published that proof and had that proof peer reviewed and accepted, and then now the majority of mathematics departments.
I actually have a question for Landon also, because Steve was talking about this earlier today, and I wasn't really sure exactly what he was trying to say, because we were talking about something else, and he kind of just tangented it away, because he's been having this conversation for a couple of days, and he really wanted to talk about it. So you can see here in these that they're talking about the mathematical proofs, and then they're discussing whether or not the 0.999 repeating equals 9, and then this person said sophist maths. The trouble one goes to defy identity, and I'm not really sure I understood what they meant. And so they also said suggesting it's true because it's taught or generally accepted is not an argument. I could be wrong, but the equation seems to make something true by changing context.
Well, there is a kind of line that goes in that saying, what is truth? What is mathematical truth? And there's sort of a joke that says mathematical truth is a statement that is accepted by the majority of math departments, for which if you put on a test and you give the answer, you'll be marked correct. That's not a good definition, but that's sort of there's a tongue-in-cheek thing of saying, whatever it'll be accepted. But in some ways, again, when we talk about the fact that Fermat's last theorem has been proven true, it's because there's an axiomatic line of reasoning that shows that Fermat's last theorem is actually true, right? It's no longer you think it is, it's been proven, right? It's now a fact. And to say the Fermat's last theorem is not true is to run afoul of facts. And if Steve is doing his thing, he would certainly be upset when you start to say that Fermat's theorem is false, because you say factually, no, it's true.
Yeah, he does kind of does get a little bit capitalized.
He's like,
2 + 2
no.
= 5. 2 + 2 = 5 under the standard set of axioms and the standard real number line is
and that's where you run into trouble on Twitter, because you ain't going to type all that out on Twitter. I mean, you're right.
2 + 2 = 5 under the common standard definition, the standard operators, the standard symbols, the standard axiom stuff. 2 = 5 is a false statement. Period. And destruction with stuff. Now, if you come up with some convoluted Edgar-like construct where it's true, you say, well, that's a kind of interesting story, but that's more like mental masturbation than something useful.
Also, before we go much further, just to Josh Garver's question earlier about whether mathematics is invented or discovered,
what do you think?
I like to think it's both. With the way I described it earlier, the way someone described it to me is mathematics is an objective system that has a subjective frame of reference. Because if you look at modern math versus Roman numerals, they're different, but they can be directly translated between the two seamlessly. And while Roman numerals aren't really are rather different to how we use modern mathematics, and now everybody around the world uses modern mathematics, even across different language streams. It seems to suggest that math itself has an objectivity to it that we all have a different way of describing.
Yeah. So Roman numerals is just an encoding of values, right? 2 = 5 is true whether you use Roman symbols, Babylonian symbols, rocks on a board, whatever that it is. So Roman numerals is an encoding, right? Just error, and it's part of arithmetic. It's like saying the spelling of a word, right? It's
So
not.
if I
But
understand
the
correctly,
notion of how you can show this equals 2
right.
equals 5 is objectively false. Is kind of independent of what encoding system you use, what language you use,
So if I'm
what
understanding
human
correctly,
language you use. Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
numbers are independent, but the axioms are not necessarily. So 2 plus 2 equals 5 using the standards has to be the case because that's what that's the labels we're using, that's the axioms we're using, that's the framework that we're using in that context. However, if you start making changes to what those labels mean and what those axioms are, you can get different labels and different numbers. However, the numbers themselves are independent.
Well, because if you start playing with your axioms, you can get to all kinds of what people would say absurd things, right? And so when if you come up with some axiomatic system where 2 plus 2 equals 5, you're going to find a number of other contradictions and things that are going to start cropping up. You're going to run
because
into
as soon
problems.
as you change that axiom, you're changing the entirety of the way mathematics functions.
And a lot of stuff breaks, right? So in that sense,
is broken. If all of a sudden 2 equals 3, now not just 2 plus 2 equals 6, you're now changing anything that involves 2 and 6 and onward. It's exponential.
And your axiomatic systems, you'll either be trivial, like you say, everything equals to self, and you say, well, okay, fine,
it's meaningless at that
or
point.
they're inconsistent because what happens when you say 6 minus 1?
Yeah, and then
what do you do with
start
that?
going backwards. You start doing reverse math, subtraction.
Reverse math.
Sorry. If you said 2 times 3 is what, right? Is that 6? If you deleted 5, right? What do you do with that? So you have to start, and so a lot of stuff starts breaking when you start playing with some of the fundamental axioms.
So I actually had a little bit of this kind of a conversation once in regards to D&D, because in 4th edition there was a rogue archetype that you could pick, and you had an epic destiny, and that epic destiny you could choose was called Thief of Legend, which let you choose things that steal things from people that were non-substantial, or like they weren't really. So you could steal the ambition from a warlord, or you could steal someone's eye color. And at one point they even suggested that you could steal the knowledge of a number. And so it's like, what happens if you steal the knowledge of a number? Does this person now just have a blank? Like they have to relearn it? Or steal the number, do you steal it from existence itself? And what happens if you steal a number from existence? It blew my mind when we were trying to figure that out. Thanks, Dungeons and Dragons. Ass. Damn 4th edition.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is reverse math.
Yes, and that's true. And so Steve has made a point. When someone says, what's 2 plus 2 and what is 5, you start with some assumption. And one of the basic assumptions you have is we're dealing with real number line. We're dealing with the common operator sets. And that's what happens when the people do those really poorly defined expressions and say this plus this divided by this times this, and it's like, well, if again, as people say, if you use the standard way you evaluate expressions, 2 plus 2 will not equal 5. Right? If you want to invent your own mathematics, that's cute. But one of the things I would say is if you have a mathematics system where 2 plus 2 is 5, you got some axiomatic system that twists it that way, I would sit there and say, why do I care?
Yeah, don't spread around that you can create your own math. The flat earthers, I mean, they would just love that.
Yes.
Please.
Suddenly they would make equations.
Verillion for 5 says, what is truth? The next hit song from the group that brought you to What is Love. What is truth? Flat earth, don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. No.
But that's kind of what I was getting at before.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Math is math. You don't invent math. You discover math.
Don't
but by
with math.
You
Yes.
discover math, however, that discovery is going to be different for every frame of reference depending on the culture.
Yes.
And
And furthermore, your
subjective-
discovery has to be then you're going to have some value. You need to communicate that discovery to someone else.
Exactly.
And there's a
But
challenge.
that subjective viewpoint of math is still going to be of the objectivity of math. Math doesn't change. Just the stream of consciousness to arriving at that math does. So like Roman numerals are very different
It's just
to
an
how
encoding.
Exactly. Roman numerals are a very different way of arriving at the same conclusion as does our normal math today, or quote
Much
unquote
like
normal.
you using a different. If you want to spell a word using Arabic symbols, you're going to get a different set of lines than you did it with, let's say, symbols in Chinese than symbols in let's say English.
You can kind of see there, though, where the conversation broke right the hell down. One person was talking about proofs of concepts, and the other person was talking about mathematical proofs of like what using specific axioms. So one person was talking about something a little bit more vague and idealistic, and the other person was speaking in far more specific terminology. And the person that was trying to express something conceptual said something that didn't really make sense, and when questioned on it, I think maybe misunderstood what that questioning was and where it was coming from and why it was so stringent, and then got mad.
Sure.
Like real mad.
Of course.
So Steve says math is merely a formalization of things which are invented concepts to me. Math is merely a formalization of things which are invented concepts.
So merely formalization of invented concepts.
I could
So does
I could
five
see that.
apples equal
I could
uninvented
see
concept?
that. I could see where he's going there.
But I
Again,
mean,
language. Oh.
And like little tiny bits
I mean-
of a thought, right? It's not like he's in here explaining what he means.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, take
True.
this, blah, take this.
I don't know what he means. I can't translate that. I don't have a clue what he's trying to say. Landon, can you translate that for me?
And so invented concepts, right? That the concept of primality was invented or maybe discovered. And that's a question there. And so it's a formalization of those sort of concepts. Again, it's difficult because you have to be very careful about the terms.
Well, I mean,
language.
prime numbers exist basically because of multiplication, right? You're just trying to find numbers that only are you only can multiply them by one and themselves. So if prime numbers only exist because multiplication exists, I mean, yeah, maybe that was an invented thing, but it still doesn't make them not prime. We just made a word for them. They're still as prime as they would be if the word prime didn't exist.
Yes.
We all have different
So-
symbology for the same idea.
So maybe the labels we put on them were invented, but I don't think the math is invented, right? Like that.
Which
That
is
doesn't
what
make any
we've been
sense to me.
saying, yeah.
I can't see it in invented terms. I can't imagine that it would ever worked out that way.
Discovered.
Okay.
I'm more comfortable with discovered, but
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just
I'm
so
just thinking-
you're aware, by the way, we're almost at the 4-hour mark.
yeah. And I'm just about to drop dead sleep on the floor right now.
And this is
Come on, it's
because
only 3
time-
a.m. here.
because time in this globe has got things. I mean, yeah, she's got a real problem because she's already well into tomorrow.
Oh, me?
Oh,
She's
yeah,
been in
she-
tomorrow for a while anyway.
In my defense, it's
I-
also almost 3 in the morning.
Yeah. And it's going to be 9 p.m. here. I have been up since like 5
Well, it's
in the
only 9
morning.
p.m., you big baby.
Yeah.
Up 5, okay? Don't you dare.
I'm teasing. I kid. But if
I
you
know,
want, we have about 10 minutes. 15 minutes
Okay.
maybe to get to the 4-hour mark. So if you guys want to like do a bit of a wrap up, that'll probably take about 15 minutes anyway.
We want to plug some.
Seriously?
Do you guys want to set up for part 3? Because I'm sure there's still more to talk about.
Yes, please.
we
Let's
could,
do
we
this.
could. We could do a part
Same
3
time.
and see.
Um,
But this time we'll see. Let's see if we can actually trigger Steve, as opposed to merely get him
Oh, that's
to agree with him.
easy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just kidding, Steve. Just kidding.
Mikey
Mikey.
Famine. Mikey says hi to Landon.
Oh, Mikey. Hi, Mikey. Good to see you again. That's, by the way, you should check out Mikey's show.
The Bin.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, go check out The Bin.
The Bin.
The Bin podcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Check out that thing, and also while you're at it, check out my good friend Pet Monk and his show.
What was the name again? Sorry.
Pet Monk.
How do you
Okay,
spell
go
it? Because
PIMP
like...
PIMPMUNK. Another one I would suggest is the Milwaukee Atheists.
Pimp Monk. Okay,
check it
got it. So are they on Twitter
Monk.
or do they have a podcast?
Pet Monk has got a morning wood show that he does, and it's on.
That is Monday
on
mornings
Twitter. We've also
before
done-
Caffeine Corner.
Okay.
And another, so Milwaukee Atheists
just
is
Google.
another group that I would suggest to take a look at. Another person is Karel, Karel. A very interesting fellow that one of my
Look at us.
and of course
Great
there's this guy
people.
named Steve who
no, we don't know who that
does
is.
about
Who?
5% of a show. I think I've heard something like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, there was a
So
show
it-
on earlier today, and like Chesh was doing everything, and there was this like old guy in the corner. I don't know. I think
Yeah.
he might have been Steve. I have no idea.
Yeah, at least within 2 standard deviations of Steve, right?
Do we
Yeah,
need to have a
right.
conversation with Landon about the ethics behind Steve promising me on my deathbed to have sex with my dead body, about whether or not he's morally obligated to actually do it?
That was a fun
Landon's like, "Nope,
conversation.
nope, nope."
And I'm just thinking, I was just trying to think about in the multiverse where certain things that has already happened. What, yes.
What has this become?
This is what happens when you've got me around. I'm doing goblin things.
Hashtag
Anyway,
Steve's
yes.
fault.
So check out Ben Podcast. Check out Monk with the Yes. Check out Pet Monk. Check out that show that Steve does about 5% of.
And look forward to Non Sequitur when we get there eventually, one day probably. Oh, I have Tim O'Neill coming on tomorrow. Is it Friday right now? Yeah, I have Tim O'Neill coming on
Today.
on Saturday night, because we're not having
Oh,
that time of the we're not having that time of the month tonight, just because there's been so much garbage that's been going on, which may or may not be related to my conversation with Gary. So if you
Let
haven't
me
checked
just
out
throw it in there, blaming the victim because someone else's reputation is on stake.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you haven't checked out my 6-hour conversation with Gary, I definitely recommend checking it out.
Oh, that's
There's
what it was.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. Take it in chunks. Don't necessarily force yourself through the whole time. I wouldn't recommend it, having done it.
Or maybe don't waste your time.
I did
There's
it.
a lot in there.
I did it.
Yeah.
The people who are at this point have made it through 5 hours. They can do a 6-hour one. I have faith.
No, we're at 4 hours for this one, and this is far more,
Oh.
I think, intellectually stimulating than my talking to Gary, which was a whole lot of brain melting nonsense. It's like a merry-go-round. This
At
is
least
we've
like
got
a
4 out
roller
of
5
coaster, which is
intellectuals
fun.
here.
Yeah, this is like a roller coaster that was fun, and my talk with Gary was like a dinky, like out of tune merry-go-round.
And another thing, that's objective is experiencing the really nice conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, where
Yes.
the angular distance you perceive them in the sky is going to be a minimum around the solstice, around the 21st, 22nd, depending on your time zone and latitude, and that those are things that where Jupiter and Saturn pass each other once every about 19 years because of the way that Jupiter and Saturn chase it around, and the orbits of the two planes are not not in line. They're slightly tilted.
Oh,
I'm exaggerating, but slightly tilted. So when Jupiter just passed Saturn along the line from the sun, right? There are times where it goes above or below. This is one where they're pretty close, right? And so particularly on the 21st, the distance between, if you know about how big the full moon looks like in the sky, distance will be sort of a fraction of that, maybe about a quarter, depending on when you see it, about a quarter of the angular diameter of the full moon. Now, obviously, Saturn is much farther away than Jupiter, so in terms of distance, they're not. Physical distance, they're not close, but we will see them align pretty close, and it still is right. If you get to see Jupiter Saturn now, they'll be relatively close, but when it gets to the point around the 21st and the solstice, they'll be close enough. Like for example, you have a bad eyesight and you take off your glasses, they'll be seen as you'll see them as sort of one thing. Or if you take a nice pair of binoculars, you'll see the stripy planet and the ring planet kind of in the same field of view because they'll be relatively close in our perception, right?
pretty
now,
sweet.
if you're on Jupiter, you wouldn't see them being as close, but this is a nice thing. So we call it we call when two planets appear to be near each other in the sky, in terms of the position in the sky, we call it a conjunction. And so the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn is really good, and it's about the best it's been in about 400 years or so.
Not a convergence.
So yeah, so it's a nice little thing there. So check it out. And again, if you can't see it on the 21st because you've got clouds and so forth, check out one of the other days. But you should start going out there, because after sunset, find Jupiter. Jupiter's kind of obvious, Saturn a little bit fainter, but the two. So it's something you should look at. Now, is that going to be the best thing since sliced bread? No. I mean, you should have seen the total solar eclipse. That was on the there. Sadly enough, due to Covidia and the land of Covidia and the Covidiates, I was unable to stick myself where the sun don't shine. So for the first time since 1970, I had to miss a total solar eclipse.
That's
Aw.
sad.
That makes me a sad panda.
Mr. Sirius, do you have anything you want to... Oh, sorry, you're still going. My bad.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sirius, do you have anything you wanted to plug?
Yes, but first I want to say, thank you very much for producing, Chesh. Manya, you're great.
Thank you, Manya, for your great questions. Good insight.
It was. Yada yada.
And remember, we've got the Electoral College certification coming up, so we'll see. You never know. I mean, wacky things have happened in Congress before.
Yeah,
I might end up owing you money if because it's what they it isn't the math. County Electoral College is not some objective thing. It's a subjective thing.
It's not that logical.
And it doesn't happen until they say it's what they say it is. So Manu, you may still win, depending on how crazy Congress gets.
You never know. Yeah.
I'm hoping Steve will consider having a live stream during that counting time.
Tell you what, Landon, instead of hoping Steve, just tell Steve and he'll just do it.
Steve, could we have a actual live thing
No, you're
during
still
the
asking. You need to tell him, not could we. Steve, we're going to.
We are going to have a show while Congress is doing whatever crazy counting they do, because we can then talk about how counting systems and political systems and subjective reality about stolen elections and that sort of thing.
And tell you what, if he decides to be a back out and be a wiener about it, you can do it here.
Yeah. And so I believe it's on the 6th is there it starts, but I'll get more details of that. And depending on who objects, it could be over a short period of time, or it could be a long period of time.
Oh.
I mean, if people get really silly,
Oh man.
it can take a long
Mr.
time
Sirius,
to count
I
it
think
by
your volume
38.
went down again. We can't hear you.
Me?
Mr. Sears' volume he's trying to talk and we can't
Oh
hear him.
no!
One
I'm like,
Oh, is that a
Rez?
shame?
It took Steve.
I
It
haven't
took him
talked
a
to you in
long time.
forever. It's so good to hear your voice again. You should be on more streams.
Oh, thanks for lying.
No,
Oh,
I
sure.
totally mean that.
You got
Landon?
some excellent questions. Thank you.
I've talked. Oh yeah, the amazing questions. I've talked to you twice now, and it's like I treasure this. I love picking your brain and having the ability. I don't know that many people that are. I don't know anybody as smart as you, actually. So I just love to be able to ask you questions. I am so glad that you're willing to put up with my questions. So
and because I love questions,
Ditto.
right? That really is there, and so don't feel like it's it. In fact, some of the simplest questions are actually quite profound. So so please continue to ask questions.
And I stream most nights. I couldn't just stream tonight because I was here, and I don't regret that at all for any.
Tell us your
any
stream.
amount.
Why don't you plug your stream?
Yep, every night at 11ish, whenever everybody in my house goes to sleep, I will be streaming a game like Genshin Impact or something on my channel and Mr. Serious. I'm also on Twitch, Mr. Serious 015. You can watch me wherever. I have a bunch of Christmas decorations all over my stream. It's pretty fun.
And could you help us understand when you said at 11ish? Are you talking about Jovian time? Are you talking about that
EST,
AM/PM thing? Are you talking about
which I
Nanya's
consider.
time?
Well, EST is the only real time. Everybody else likes to tell me there's different time zones, and it's obviously just, you just believe whatever NASA tells you. It's obvious.
11 Eastern. Of course, is it 11 p.m. or a.m. or are you doing the rational?
PM?
No,
So it's 23. It's 23 Eastern. And when you go on daylight savings time, do you change it?
Yeah. Well, I don't change it.
Change the time.
Like it changes. The time will change to an hour later or an hour earlier, but I wish there was no such thing as daylight savings time. I think it's all stupid. Like time zones are stupid.
I would too. Do they do daylight savings time in New Zealand? Do you have that?
Daylight saving time? Yeah. You should see when it's like 9:30 outside. It's still like it's what 9, and I can show you it's daylight. Like it's like 7. It would be 7 p.m. somewhere else. It's like
Whereas in our case, when it gets to about 16, it's getting dark here. But that's because we're in the northern hemisphere, and look, she's in the southern hemisphere, and she's also at a different angle there.
Canada, and it is currently winter time. And when we change our time zone here for winter time, sorry, not our time zone, our daylight saving time whatever the fuck.
They go the other direction, right?
It's like dark by 4 p.m.
Yeah, but she can look up when it's dark and see things like Eta Carina and Omega Centauri is obvious, and the Southern Cross
all this cool
is there.
shit.
Even
Manya,
though
are you high above sea
flag
level?
gets the cross wrong. They use the false cross, I think, on the Kiwi flag.
What did you say, Rez?
Are you high above sea level?
Christchurch. I don't know about Christchurch, but Auckland is above sea level. I know that. So
Is it pretty high above sea level? Because it gets about like during daylight savings here in South Australia, it's usually dark around 8:30 p.m.
I'll have to check. I don't know. Honestly.
Someone in the chat asked, how much pain can Mitch McConnell add to the process? As I understand, Mitch McConnell is trying to tell senators to behave themselves and don't be a pain. So I understand.
Yeah, he actually.
But there's a big difference between what he says and what actually goes on and what he actually condones and endorses. So fuck you, Turtle Man.
I mean, I hate him. My state voted for him, so I'm sorry. But I mean, I didn't vote for him though. But I think that maybe that would you would be right. But I think that since Trump came out and like badmouthed him, I think he might just be like, okay, whatever, fuck you. I'm gonna do what I want now.
If I understand Mitch McConnell, he is an extraordinarily effective parliamentarian. He knows how to play the rules. You might not like what he does, but what he typically does is permitted by the rules. The
Yeah.
rules are screwed up, but he
Mhm.
parts by the rules, and the rules doesn't force you to be consistent, doesn't force you to do the right thing or the nice thing, but he for his group is very effective and very powerful. I understand that he is somebody who does not see enabling these wacky theories as being something that he cares to go and do. And by the way, it's he'll come into play if there's objections that are seconded by the other house. Then he will come into play when the Senate considers this, and but we'll be seeing. That's why it would be fun to have that little show during that time to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll be depend on the runoffs in Georgia, because if they make the House or the Senate split, then he might become irrelevant.
But depends upon when those things are certified, right? And how
Yeah.
long it takes to count the votes and other things. And even so, the issue, remember, is that Mike Pence is still vice president, and Mike Pence is going to be the one presiding over. The Constitution says that the vice president presides over that session. And so the vice president, Mike Pence, is going to be the presiding officer, not Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell will only come into play if he chooses to object or second to object, or if the Senate goes into session to hear an objection. Even then, it's going to be just to say yes or no. And even then, depends on what the House does.
I'm pretty sure the best thing that came out of this stream, since we should probably wrap up. Rez, do you have anything you wanted to say before we go?
Please.
No, not really. I don't have anything to shout out. So,
'Cause I feel like
besides
you should
you
yell
four
at
and
Maya for calling him Lilo.
that's just mad. But no, I don't really have anything to shout out except you four and the chat. Except the Steve guy who keeps showing up in chat. I don't know who this fucking guy is. What an arrogant, pompous, big meanie.
Could a moderator put Steve in a timeout?
Technically,
not right
yes.
now, but I could make it so that a moderator would be able to do that. Yes.
Oh, please let me do it. Please
Steve is
let me
not a
do it.
moderator, so couldn't a moderator put Steve in a timeout?
So actually, Steve is a moderator, but his YouTube is messed up and it's showing him gray. So right now he's a ghost moderator.
Aww.
Well, I mean, he's not even here, so he's even more ghosted.
Yeah.
Is he really is he really an operator? A moderator, or is he just subjectively a moderator?
I don't think he's even. I don't think he's real. I don't think he exists.
Yeah, currently, in mathematics, I believe he equals 0.999 repeating -1.
Oh no.
Color. So my perception of the color of Steve's text there was that he was not a moderator.
Yeah, that's YouTube messing up. So I think the best thing to come out of the stream was Landon saying that anti-vaxxers are pathologically stupid.
I wasn't here for that. I was asleep. Damn it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go back and rewatch that, because that's a paraphrase. That's not quite exactly what he said, but yeah.
I don't think I said pathologically stupid, but that sounds sort of similar.
Yeah. You were a little bit more eloquent and a little bit less abrasive about it, but the way I heard it was that. So feel free to watch the stream again.
Politely said.
And it's pretty early on. It's I think it's within the first hour that you said that. So, and I want to know if Landon will do me a favor to take us out. So if anybody has a last word, and then I'm gonna ask Landon a favor, and we'll get out of here.
What about me? Like, do I exist? No, I don't.
You called Stitch Lilo, you crazy?
I have just one thing more to say that's more succinct than what Landon put it. Anti-vaxxers can fuck off.
Yeah, there you
go.
All right, Anya, what do you got for us? You got something for us? I thought me and you were kind of going at the same time, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm tired. But,
why didn't you ask me what I have to say? Blah.
Twitter is not the place to discuss philosophy, perception, what color is
Mathematics.
Yes.
0.99999 repeat decimal is equal to 1
Yeah.
or not, or whether you can prove 2 plus 2 is equal to 5 or not. Get on a fucking live stream if you want to do it.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah.
Agree on some definitions before you get on a live stream.
I think that
There you
it's
go.
probably it's okay to start the concepts of a conversation on Twitter, but as soon as people start getting emotionally charged or emotionally invested, I think it's valuable to take a step back and move off of Twitter to continue the discussion if you're going to. Otherwise, just drop it. Say,
Well-
listen, you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong, and I'm leaving it there. And then actually just leave it there, even if they keep going sometimes.
Yeah, and especially if it's going more than one day, then you need to get on a live stream and resolve it. Simple as
Yeah.
that.
Sure.
And yeah, and
It's a
just
good
give
general-
charity to each other, and maybe think you're talking past each other if for 48 hours you can't stop tweeting at each other. Okay, that's me.
Get a room.
Take a time out.
If Steve was a school of fish, the entire school would be gone because he keeps nibbling at that fucking bait and he can't help it.
All right, Landon, I got
Stop.
a favor for you, so we can get on out of here.
Yes.
So everybody else, shut the hell up. Hey, Landon, could you just say the terms or the words basic trigonometry for me?
Basic trigonometry.
Oh, that's it. All right, thanks everybody for coming. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.